Got it. You're being so hip now. Leave meeting or got it? Got it. Yes or no. Got it. Okay, got it. All right, whenever you're ready.
Okay, we have two bid
Even if
openings.
you're not.
Okay, I'm going. All right, we have two bid openings today there for both of our pavers, one on Roosevelt and one on West Darling. And those will open at 1:30. So it'll be good. Those are our big projects for this year. We have one pay estimate to Justice System, and this is the, pretty much they're done with their work. Everything's up and functioning as it should be. And so we can start closing this one out. On the consent agenda, we have a couple items. One is the easement with Northwest Pipeline, and this is for the additional work where the system was damaged in White Salmon Bingen down there by the park and ride at the end of the Hood River Bridge. So this is an easement that they need to install some guardrail terminal ends on Dock Grade Road and then down at the bottom. Let's see, we have another one. Item number 6 is a fairgrounds licensing agreement. Actually, it's not the fairgrounds, it's for the courthouse lawn for the flag burning. So we moved that one through so they can have their event. Item number 7 is an administrative offer, and this is for Panicanik Road and the turnaround, so we can establish a turnaround on county property, so we can maintain it.
Okay, timeout.
Yes,
Is this the one I had the questions with?
yes, yes.
How many days do we have that you, at Public Works, think we need to put turnarounds at the end of roads? How many, I mean, is there a lot of these in the county?
Yes,
Quite a few.
yeah. We've been chipping away at them for, I don't know, 5 years.
How many do you do a year, do you think?
I don't know.
Probably a year.
Yeah,
Technically, to follow our own standards, we should have these on dead end roads.
There's a lot of things we should have.
right. Yeah. So we've been trying to clean this up because it's a
Yeah.
problem for us. It's a problem for emergency services. And it's just one of those things.
That's what I figured it was for, is for emergency services, getting to the end and fires and things like
Yeah.
that. So
Yeah, having a place to turn around.
what's a ballpark cost for something like that, get a cost?
I don't have let me look up the estimate for this one.
I need exact numbers, ballpark.
I don't
Just
remember
right
without
ballpark.
looking at it again.
I was thinking about the other side.
And they all vary. This one's around
Oh.
4,000.
No, that's just.
Yeah, that's, so we buy the property, then we do the work. So I don't know, 30.
About 30, it depends on the size of
35,
what we
yeah.
gotta do. We do it with our own crews.
So your average 30 grand to put a turnaround in these things.
Yeah,
Yeah, a little more on the west side, just because of the cost. of
The
property.
easements are higher, yeah.
yeah.
Okay, good enough.
Yeah, and it's just, the challenge is to have any more, we try and chip away at them because that whole negotiating process is the long piece of it.
Are these spurred by, I guess I'd say citizen complaints or citizen asks, like the 6-year transportation plan?
Sometimes they're by citizen ask, but mostly they're by our crews or the emergency services. Yeah, they bring it to our attention.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah. Okay, construction program. Our stripers are about 30% complete this year. They've been kind of hampered by weather challenges lately, so that's slowed their work with wind and wet weather. But they're continuing to work. Old Mountain Road, the contractor started this week clearing and grubbing, and some of that work was to help get the utilities relocated. But clearing and grubbing is always the first part anyway of any project. Roosevelt drainage repair. So the contractor finally received the materials he needed. So his plan is to start next week on that repair. And we need to get that work done before our paving contractor shows up, which I think we still have plenty of time. Grant funded edge line project. We have our pre-construction meeting on the 23rd of this month, and then the work will follow after that. Our grant funded signs and guideposts. We have our contracted bond, but they can't get materials either. So materials are a challenge. So that work will probably not start until the fall, which is fine. It's not really weather dependent. We've done a lot of signing and guardrail type projects in the winter time. It doesn't matter. Let's see, Courtney Road, we finally received our approval for our deviation from WashDOT. It took 4 months to get the approval, but we finally got it. So we'll move on, and you'll see that come before you as a consent item as well. So because we're deviating from our standards as well.
How long is it extra steep? What's the length on that?
It's quite a ways. It's about a half a mile.
Yeah.
At 14% or 13%?
Yeah,
That's
yeah.
half a mile.
But yeah, that's the best you can do sometimes.
It's a heck of a hillside.
Yeah.
Got to get from this here to there.
Yeah.
And they won't let us go over here.
No.
So
Yeah,
be way better than the goat path we have now.
Yeah.
a lot better. Yeah.
In fact, I've seen goats that were scared to go down.
Let's see, bid opening today. We talked about that for Roosevelt and West Darland. Guardrail repair projects. That opening is actually, I heard we got good bids on that one. So, but that's just a minor project that'll happen. More like a big maintenance project. And on the maintenance side, we are chip sealing. We started chip sealing this week in the Alderdale area. So Sonoma, Alderdale Road, which is a big project. It's about 20 miles long. So it'll take both of our crews, east and west side, are helping with that project. So because it's a long haul for materials and there's a lot of work to do. So they'll be over there for a couple of weeks. The west side, they still have a few people doing some mowing. So we're trying to get the last of the mowing that we can do in before the weather dries up too much. And then I think they're doing some grading as well. So
How many miles do we usually mow a year?
it depends, whether it's the west side, it's much slower. Out this direction, it's quicker. I don't have a number. I can get you a number next week. Just depends on the year where they're mowing and brushing. Yeah.
So on the west side, when do you come back? Is it every 5 years, 3 years usually that you figure?
Just depends, because some areas grow fast.
Mm-hmm.
I know BZ, I know they did a heavy brushing on that one, and it's probably 5 years and it looked like we didn't do anything. The trees were growing back, so it just depends.
You can usually gauge from the calls we get.
Yeah, that too, yeah. But it's tougher on the
Must
west
be
side.
about time.
Yeah. All right, the building, they're actually putting in the operable windows this week.
Yeah, I saw those.
Yeah, so those are all going in. Drywall, people are working on all 3 floors. Electrical, working
Do
on
we
all.
get to keep the plywood they took out?
Yeah, right, that's worth some.
Definitely has a value.
Yeah, I think a lot of stuff goes into the dumpster that's probably worth some money these days. Okay, electrical, they're still working all 3 floors. Those guys will be there till the end. There's just a lot for electricians to do in that building or any building. Mechanical, they're continuing to install their equipment. They're having trouble getting the fan coils, I know, for all those units. So those are delayed. Their metal doors, their Rayco doors, I know those were delayed material. So we're starting to see some issues there that they haven't delayed the schedule yet, but it depends on how long it takes to get them. So we could have some issues. Let's see, still on schedule. They're doing a lot of site work. So we ground up half of Court Street on Friday. And then the concrete guys are back. There's a short retaining wall in front, and that'll help them put the sidewalk. They'll start forming sidewalk after that and work their way out on the north side of Court Street. And then once we get that all in place, then they'll grind and work on the south side. And then they'll move into the lot out front.
So when will they do the, heating units and stuff, as far as for the heated sidewalk?
That'll go in conjunction with when they form it up.
Okay.
Yeah, they'll form it up, and then the electrician will get out there and start putting it in.
Are they using hot water or what are they using over there?
Electrical resistance, yeah.
The expenses.
Yeah, it's more expensive, but it's, we could have problems with water too,
Oh, yeah.
so. Okay, Annex 5 relocation, we're still planning to relocate that building, and then the parking lot expansion, we have to wait. We're kind of in the waiting. We've done as much as we can do temporarily, and we'll wait till we can get rid of the buildings and start with the bigger projects for parking. Courthouse entry, we finished the demo on the north and east side, and they've compacted, and they're starting to form up for putting the steps and the walkways back. So, which is a good place to be now, at least on those two entrances. Let's see, fairgrounds. So the fairgrounds project, so they, in the budget's $10,000 that the fair board has kind of control over how it gets spent on improvements. And so this year they want and have asked for a new PA system. So we've looked at a wireless system. So we'll be getting rid of a lot of the wires that are strung from building to building up there with this new system. Acts more like a small radio network on site. So it'll have a little larger range, but we actually have to license it.
Yeah, it's actually is a radio network. It has to be licensed with the FCC.
Yeah.
You can get it for 10,000.
Yeah. Surprising, I was shocked too. But it's about $8,200, and then, the installation and everything. But yeah, and Ron, the president, the fair board president, will be the licensor. The FCC license is the cheapest I've ever seen it. It's $30 for 10 years.
Wow.
Low power.
Low power.
Yeah. Okay, Pioneer Center, we're painting the west side of the building. We're using the lift that we had to rent and just moving that around to do that, to help with that work. Radio sites.
I gave you a map of the radio site. This is kind of, I thought this might happen. This kind of went the way of Bickleton, but we ended up at Bickleton because they're a stockholder company. They, to transfer money, they won't do a sale for under $100,000. They just won't do it because it's just too much paperwork for them. So we ended up getting 25 acres. I also told them I'm not going to give you $100,000 for 5 acres though either. So we're pretty close. And then of course, we're paying $3,000 an acre. And then we pay for this easement that goes all the way through here.
Our access
easement. And yeah, we'll have 25 acres. But luckily it's a one-time fee. I mean, we pay it and we'll own it.
Sure.
Is this a gated road?
Yes, it is.
A year just for the access.
Yeah,
And a portion of
We
it.
could surplus off what we don't.
you could surplus off what you don't
Yeah.
need. That is very.
Of course, we said that in Bickleton, and we still have.
Still
Yeah,
have-
true.
Yeah.
We're gonna get to that. We're gonna surplus stuff off.
Well, as they sell off the rest of this stuff.
That's true.
And I've
Yeah, we might
heard,
want to hang on to it for a while. Like,
Yeah.
a good investment.
it was good we did this because they have potential buyers, I've heard, for both of these bigger pieces. So if it were a go, then I'll proceed forward.
Yep.
Okay.
Klickitat site?
Klickitat site, we're actually doing the equipment move tomorrow. Finally hashed everything out, and the move is tomorrow. And then that one will be in its permanent location.
All right, we have a request from the Friends of the Fair, and Friends of the Fair support our county fair. They do things with the money that they raise to help out the fair and offset some of their expense. They want to have a barrel race, 2 barrel races, one on July 16th and one on June 25th, which is coming up really quick. And they have requested the arena rental fees be waived, which is $1,300 for both events. And we have done this in the past, I think the past 2 years, we've done this event, or they've done the event, and the fees were waived to support the fair. So for us, it's just re-grooming the arenas after they're done. That's the expense and the rental fee to do that, so. If this is a heads up, because we have to put it on the agenda for next Tuesday.
I mean, yes.
Okay. All right, they were hoping so, because they'd like to advertise. And then the last thing, I don't have it on the agenda, but you all received this. And again, so we were advised to take this last statement off, so we're just gonna go ahead and do that. There's 2 versions, but they both basically say the same thing. And so that's what we'd be either removing from the one you selected or
Using the
other one. It doesn't matter. They both say the same thing.
Yeah.
Can you remind me again why we didn't go in from the top on the radio tower site on the easy road?
The reason is we'd have to get access, the road, while it appears that's a road, that's actually a power line. So we'd have to either come in from through the tribe, through the reservation, or we could come in through Seda Springs, but then we have to get through a US Cellular and all these other people. And we were advised by Western Pacific, they said you can try that, but you're gonna have to get rights from each individual person, because they don't have the rights to go through there. This is how they get up there.
And we tried negotiation with the
US
cellular company.
And we saw how long
Didn't
that
get
worked for us.
Really anywhere.
Didn't get it, okay.
Now, the
It's a
nice,
multi-year effort and.
we got nothing.
Nothing.
And the nice thing is, where it does look like that's a road, that is a power line.
That's a power.
So we have power and fiber running right through our site.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, that's worth a lot.
That is worth
Yeah.
a lot.
Where's the fiber?
So people may be coming to us later on for easements. There's a fiber that's way down there too, that feeds the WashDOT site.
Oh, got it, way up there.
Mhm.
Okay.
Runs right through there.
And so with that easement that you're getting, because that bottom section goes through Gunkel. So
Yes.
that was included in there
Yeah.
in his sale. All right. Good job, Jimmy.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Glad you didn't pay 100,000 for 5 acres.
Couldn't do it.
Anything else?
I don't think so. I did have one question from a employee that was questioning whether they were gonna have mini fridges in the offices over there so that they can put their lunch in their fridges without having to go up to a shared break room to store their lunch.
Most of those kinds of smaller fridges and coffee pots and all that kind of stuff is typically,
Maybe up to the department head
yeah.
person. Is there gonna be a space to put it?
some locations, yes, and some no.
I figured it was that is up to the department head of that office on whether they want it or not.
And there's lots of room in that, even though they're not right next to where the sink is, there's still room for those kind of mini fridges or even a bigger fridge in a lot of locations.
Have you heard from a group called the Allies of Northwestern Area or something yet?
No.
there's a big push. They want to lower the speed limit on Northwestern Lake Road going down the hill and across the bridge. So just
Okay.
be aware it's coming. I didn't know if they'd reached out or not yet.
No. Yeah, I think we're 35 there.
35.
Yeah. Yeah, one other thing, I'm trying to set up a meeting. I think it's firmed up with the Trout Lake Community Council. They wanted to talk about improvements that they would like to see at the park. So Jeff and I and Troy are going to go out there and meet with them. And we've had discussions. We talked about the playground equipment and the water lines that we shut down usually pretty early because of freezing. So I think that those are two things that are high on their list, but just they want to, go kick the dirt around and talk about ideas they have. So that's Thursday, hopefully. That's it.
I don't have anything that I know of.
Okay. That's good.
Or I've already forgotten. No, I have lots of things, but nothing for you guys.
Good. I like it.
Thank you.
You only gave him 30 minutes today and he only used 22 of it.
Or the last week, right?
You can reserve your time for later.
Oh, good.
I'm sure we'll have.
I've been
one
watching
for
some
us.
congressional proceedings, so I know how that.
So we'll reserve the.
Yeah, the balance of my time.
Thank you.
Thanks, idea. I wonder what they're doing. Maybe you have any idea why Friends of the Fair will do their barrel races on Friday?
You said Friday?
Both those dates were on a Friday.
I wonder if that's a
You
mistake.
just watched Tuesday.
I bet. 'Cause, yeah, you would. Why would you do them on a Friday?
That's
You
what
do
I'm.
them on Saturday. Good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning.
You gentlemen got the email that I sent?
Yep.
Okay.
Thursday or something. It was sent early.
Yeah,
We're trying.
yeah, he was really, on the ball.
They gave me some.
Kind of worried getting a little
reading
bit.
material.
This is,
What's happening? What
this
is-
is a more current.
Oh.
Press release.
We're current.
Well, I should say an additional.
Oh, an additional.
Sure.
It's kind of been exciting around Klickitat County lately.
Whoops.
Yeah.
Oh, it's always exciting. Extra exciting.
Well, busy season about to start.
Yeah,
We got our, this weekend rodeo out of Cleveland, or Cleveland.
Cleveland this week.
Then the next week.
Then it's Cleveland.
And, if it's okay, I'll go ahead and. get
Yeah, go
started.
ahead and get started, Bob.
There was a total of 2,046 calls for service from January 1st to 3rd of June. In addition to the calls for service in the dispatch, deputies served 505 civil papers during the same time period. On May 13th at 10 a.m., we held a law enforcement memorial event on the south steps of the courthouse, honoring law enforcement officers that have died in the line of duty. During the year 2020, over 360 law enforcement officers died in the line of duty throughout the nation, and some of that was COVID as well. But the majority was by violence. We also paid our respects to honoring the 3 Klickitat County deputies that died in the line of duty, and they are as follows. Deputy Sheriff Danny Vaughn, age 31, with 1 year of service with the Klickitat County Sheriff's Office. Deputy Vaughn died in an airplane crash in the Columbia River on November 19th, 1976. Deputy Michael McNabb, age 26, with 4 years of service with the Klickitat County Sheriff's Office. Deputy McNabb died on April 17th, 1986, in a car crash on Highway 14 outside of Lyle, Washington, by a drunk driver, I might add. Deputy Sergeant Peter Garland, age 38, with 15 years of service with the Klickitat County Sheriff's Office. Sergeant Garland died on July 18, 2007, in a car crash on Highway 97 in Yakima County. So we've lost 3 in the sheriff's office. Hope we never lose any more. Just bring you up to date, on May 17th, I assigned Deputy Robert Bianchi to a detective position. Robert is well qualified with years of experience and will do an outstanding job as a detective investigating major crimes. And I think most of you are aware that Robert also is a licensed attorney out of the state of Oregon. So that helps in search warrants and areas. On May 21st, I appointed Detective Tim Nair to the position of Undersheriff for the Klickitat County Sheriff's Office. As Undersheriff, Tim will be second in command of the Sheriff's Office. We are currently researching body cameras for our deputies and correction deputies. We had a meeting last week with a representative of WatchGuard Company who handles our vehicle cameras as well. It appears the body camera system they offer would work well with our vehicle cameras. Sergeant Joe Riggers, Under Sheriff Tim Nair, Jail Chief Carmen Knopps, Chief Civil Deputy Karen Ings, and IT employee Joe Messenger attended the meeting. Mr. Messenger and the WatchGuard representative also contacted the prosecutor's office, talked to the prosecutor to go over the concerns he may have in regards to the body cameras and their ability to recover data and storage of information. We're doing further research on that now, and hopefully do it as quick as we can so we can get a package to you gentlemen to review.
You plan on having that in place this year then?
We would like to, but it just depends on monies and everything else.
Right.
We are conducting further research with another vendor, Axon, to see what they have, and that's one Dave from the prosecutor's office suggested for now, to offer the online body cameras for the officers. We're not sure with that organization or corporation whether they'll interface with our car cameras, and that's what we got to find out. Right now, car cameras we have in there, if we went with a different vendor and they didn't interface, then we might have to get new car cameras, and that'd be a pretty spendy project. We will try to have a proposal to the Board of County Commissioners as soon as possible. Press release, I think you guys have that. That's on Eric Anderson was involved in a vehicle chase of an armed suspect with a felony warrant. During the chase, and once the chase was over, the suspect fired several shots prior to being taken into custody. Numerous law enforcement agencies assisted Sergeant Anderson in the arrest of the suspect, who was identified as Brandon Phelps, age 38, and he's from the Dells, Oregon. Phelps was charged with 1 count of unlawful possession of a firearm in the 2nd degree, an attempt to elude a police vehicle, intimidating a public servant, malicious mischief in the 2nd degree, hit and run, attended vehicle, unlawful discharge of a firearm, criminal trespass in the 2nd degree, obstructing of delaying a train for several hours, resisting arrest.
They get really cranky about that.
It's very expensive, several $1 million worth. I doubt he's going to be able to pay that.
Yeah, I don't.
I'm sure they'll get a lien on him. I would like to thank all the law enforcement agencies and law enforcement officers that assisted in this challenging situation, and would like to commend the officers of their restraint and professionalism and how they conducted themselves under fire. This guy was bought and paid for, and the officers used extreme restraint in not shooting him, and was able to take him into custody. And one of the things that was mentioned by Gavin Marble, the canine handler, the guy kept resisting even though he was cornered, nowhere to go. he decided to give up when he heard Profi barking. So he decided, he'd fight the officers, but he didn't want
You want
to
to fight that dog.
And a point well made. And I think that press release with more detail is attached to you. Klickitat County Sheriff's Office participates in community policing with our posse deputies. Posse members will be conducting the following activities: vacation home checks, traffic and parking control for the June 11th, 13th Beckley to Cleveland Pioneer Picnic and Rodeo, traffic and parking control for the June 18th to the 20th Glenwood Rodeo in Beardown. And they'll be involved, of course, in the county fair, helping parking and so forth for that. That's pretty much what I have, other than I can either read it or let you gentlemen digest it. That's the new press release that went out, whatever you prefer.
I read it. I don't know.
You don't have to read it all.
Yeah, I was gonna say that.
Thank you.
It's in the public record.
And I'll turn it over to Craig.
Quick question before you turn it over to her that I meant to ask you. This was a question you guys were supposed to remind me last time and forgot to remind me.
Uh-oh.
No, the police vehicles that have the cracked exhaust manifolds.
Right.
They're fixed now, but when we take them in for oil change or whatever, do we have them re-inspect to make sure we're not
Yes.
having a problem?
Jason Reed does an outstanding job. And they do that very thing. Yeah, because we don't want to repeat.
Right.
That too.
And looking, they seem to be a problem all over the country, so.
They are.
Yeah.
In fact, Washington State Patrol has been in several lawsuits over. Yeah, you're absolutely spot on there.
I just wanted to make sure they were getting inspected regularly to make sure we don't have
Right.
another issue.
We'll be glad when that phases through all of that.
Mhm.
Can I interject?
Sure.
We also have sensor phone monitors inside the vehicles, and those are checked every time to monitor the carbon monoxide.
Interesting. Is that a new thing? When did we start that?
No, we've been doing that for a couple of years now.
No, well, yeah.
Is that since the exhaust manifold problem, or were those in place before the exhaust manifold problem?
It was after.
It was actually.
We want to double check when we have any issues going on there,
Like that?
because you don't always know.
Yeah.
Good morning.
Good morning.
So jail's been rather busy. I hope you've had time to read through this. I'll mumble through it. On May 24th, KCSO offered Chris Ballesteros a full-time position as a corrections deputy after he completed all the necessary background checks. Chris moved here from Arizona with his wife, and he started his new position on June 1st. 8 days in, and he should be certified on the control board. He's done very well. I think having the new electronic version has speeded up the whole process of that learning curve. He was able to move deputies around, and within 2 days was, instead of the full 2 weeks that it usually takes to figure out which camera goes to which button. So it's been pretty helpful. On May 25th, Corrections Deputy Kathy Jo Randall left for Burien for CJTC to attend the final 4-week Corrections Academy that was available. We got her in on the last minute, and first we're given a denial that she wasn't in the class, and I said, oh, wrong, she's in the class. I've already cleared it through your commander, so we were able to get her up there.
And that worked for you?
It did. Thank
Good to
goodness
know.
I
File
had,
that away.
I had his email, said she is in the class, so we were good to go. She'll graduate on June 23rd and then return to the department where she'll be on FTO for 6 to 8 weeks. On May 27th, Corrections Deputy Tabitha Kendrick and her husband Jake, and big sister Riley welcomed a beautiful girl, Harley Ray. It was a planned event, so we knew she was going to be off. She is now off for the next 12 weeks. On May 28th, Sandy Christopher, our control board operator, submitted her resignation. We were all kind of teary-eyed when we heard that she was leaving. Sandy's been instrumental and an outstanding employee in the control room. She has revamped all of our medical filing systems and everything, and she's going to be greatly missed.
She's done an outstanding job in this department.
Yeah.
And I told Rob you would never forgive him.
Yeah,
No, I'm joking, but, she's gonna be an asset to them as well, but,
right.
so we'll be advertising.
On May 29th, Corrections Deputy Zach McBride, his wife Angeline, and daughter Kay welcomed a new baby boy named Darby. Mr. Darby made an unexpected entrance into the world just a few weeks early, so we anticipated McBride to be off at the end of June, and it ended up being the end of May. Mind you, all of those exciting events happened, of course, on the weekend I was out of town, so I missed everything.
They planned it accordingly.
Evidently. Training, Corrections Corporal Brandon Walter completed the first level supervision class through CJTC. There's a virtual training session held from May 3rd to May 7th. Corporal Walter has also completed training in FTO, CIT, report writing, and defensive tactics. He's had 99 hours of log training this year. We're up over 600 and some hours of training so far for the jail. A lot of that, of course, is academy hours, but our training hours have increased, and you can tell by the performance in the jail with everybody.
You mentioned it before. Can you remind me the number of weeks they go to training now versus the number of weeks they're going to have to start going to training?
Right, so Ballesteros will be attending a 10-week course.
As opposed
So
to
they're
4 weeks.
right, so they're jumping at 6 weeks, that's a substantial
That's
jump in
huge.
time. Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see how much more they learn up there during that 10-week time versus the 4-week.
Well, I'm more curious on new job recruits. How many people want to sign on to the jail when they have to go away for 10 weeks?
Right.
It's interesting that with patrol, used to be 3 months. Now it's 5.5 months.
Right.
Getting ready to go on board.
Yeah.
Do you think with the corrections officers that additional maybe will require less
At
training
training time.
Yeah, back home. Like maybe they're gonna cover some.
I'm
things
hoping
that-
so, but a lot of the stuff that they learn in the academy is really irrelevant to what their daily duties are. Mainly what we teach in the jail is the daily stuff that we do, the courtroom, the transports, the medical, everything that you have to do on a daily basis. Because when you go to do the academy, you don't learn how to book somebody. They do like an 8-hour session of restraint training, but it's very minimal. So you learn more of that hands-on in the facility. So it's going to be interesting. There's doing a lot of, I think that I've seen 56 hours is guardian training, which I don't know how they can spend 56 hours of that and only 8 hours of CIT training in the new academy, when CIT training is this huge push and we're required to take, there's a 40-hour class. So I don't know how they're getting by with, I don't know how they justify
What is
that.
guardian training?
I don't know, I didn't
Oh.
have it.
Probably de-escalation.
Okay.
Yeah,
So that was actually coming in right as I got out of the academy, and that's big on guarding against people's constitutional rights. So it's actually something that we believe in our department.
yeah.
And it's something that CJTC started putting in right around that 2011 timeframe. So I don't know how it's changed in the last 10 or 11 years,
Right.
but that's kind of the direction.
Yeah, I'm just thinking it's, for somebody that wants to become a sheriff deputy, heck, I would go to school for 3 months or 5 months and be fine with it. But God, to work in the jail, I don't know that I'm doing 10 weeks, so.
I did send an invitation out to Norcor to participate in our August and October training for our dynamic cell extraction class that we're going to host. Training for corrections staff is minimal at best through CJTC outside of the academy. And so they were actually really pleased that we extended that offer, and I was told that they would probably be sending several people over. So I'm hoping that we can get a full class. I can have up to 25 people in that class, so should be a good class. Court-wise, courts just reopened for trials. So a couple weeks ago, we had our first period court trial. We met with the judge and everybody and worked out an elaborate plan for security around the courthouse, trying to keep people from wandering into construction areas. Public Works was very actively involved in getting that parking set up for us. We put a posse member out there to guide people to walk where they needed to go. So we had all the entrances covered. It actually went off. It was a full blown trial and it went off very smoothly. We had no glitches on our end. While I was down here monitoring everything going on, I noticed Jane kind of down here and she's like, oh, well, we have trial next week. And I'm like, well, that's good to know. So I had to hurry and scramble and get everything set up for another trial the next week. So East District also holding their trials upstairs where there's more rooms. So we just changed our entrance doors and it all went off smooth. This next week, we have another trial scheduled. So tomorrow, actually, I guess. So you'll see posse members and reserves kind of scrambling out and around as we get jurors situated and stuff. So I couldn't be happier with the communication between all the departments because it's so key to making it all work and having that open communication. With the new handicap entrance down through the basement, you know, that I've got people watching the cameras down there because I'm sure that there's going to be people wandering around the parking lot going,
Like, where am I
where
supposed
am I
to go?
right. Pretty sure the Klickitat County Jail sign above the door needs to be like neoned or something because people are always coming in there and can't figure out why they can't get into the courthouse when it's clearly marked the jail. But
Maybe that's how they're used to getting.
that could very well be it.
It's the only entrance I've ever been through.
Yeah, I always go through this way. What are you talking about?
Yeah.
There's other doors.
I actually, you know, when as a kid, I grew up going to the fair, not knowing that there was a front entrance. My dad was a reserve. I always went through the county road shed, through the back way. Not until I moved to Goldendale in 1999 did I know there was a front entrance. I had no idea. It's a miracle. Transports, we had to go up to, the trial was for Kevin Mason. So we had to go up to Walla Walla and pick him and all of his belongings up. And he was here for a week and a half. We had to have him here for court prior the week and then the week of trial. He was found guilty on 3 counts of assault 3 against our Klickitat County Sheriff's deputies. And he was sentenced on Thursday, May 27th to 40 months. He'd already served like 75 weeks prior to his conviction. We did not want to have to wait another 2 weeks for DOC to do a transport that they're only running on 2-week increments. No, not in his chanting. So paid overtime and sent 2 deputies with him up to Shelton. He got a direct deposit and that worked out really smoothly. And I was really grateful that they were willing to make that drive because it is quite a drive. Sergeant Gillum and I have done that drive before, and he did say that the staff there this time were far more friendlier than they had been in our previous visits. So I think that's just because we're in better communication with everybody these days. We don't have any major medical or mental health issues going on. It's the pretty standard, everybody who needs meds, you know, Dr. B hasn't really had to do a whole lot. Mr. Fallis was injured in the course of his arrest, and we've had to tend to those injuries and to his mental health status as well. And those are going fairly smoothly. So I'm pretty pleased with the partnership that we've had with mental health and their almost daily communication with us on any of our inmates. It's improved greatly. So I do have concerns that as our population increases, we're gonna start seeing an increase in our medical and stuff costs, but so far we haven't seen that population increase. I'm anticipating with summer coming that we'll start to see some people start getting dumb as they get out and drunk and
Or go
make,
through court.
make poor decisions. So I think it's important to recognize the corrections division, including the control board operators and our records clerk. The staff has shown incredible patience and understanding when working with the public. They talk to dozens of people on a daily basis, and unfortunately, not everyone who calls in is friendly. My staff is constantly chewed out, and people are very belligerent and not kind, and they handle it pretty professionally. And I'm pretty blessed to have that group of people in there. We are responsible for the safety and security of each inmate, which includes courts, medical, and mental health needs. Those three items in themselves create an absorbent amount of paperwork that must be properly documented and filed. And we have worked extremely hard for the past 2 years to develop a better working environment and improved communication system with other departments and agencies. I'm extremely grateful and appreciative of my entire team. Our working environment is often stressful and overwhelming at times, and they have built all strong relationships with each other and rely on that partnership to maintain a sense of normalcy through the day. I'm very blessed to have each of them, and I'm excited to watch their careers grow. These guys have, each of them, each person is unique in there, and they all bring this whole dynamic when working together, and it's fun to watch. They might tease each other and be mean to each other and make snide comments, but they all really are a very good working team. I mentioned about the courts and the paperwork. We're working together with Spirit. We're going to try to have a big meeting between probation and the courts so they understand our process on paperwork. There was a recent change in the fingerprint system with a PCN number versus TCN number, and I know that loses you guys, but it's how things are tracked on a criminal history. Well, when probation says a probation violation, and they might only have one charge, but when they go to sentencing, there's 5 probation violations. We have to know that because we have to submit it into a to the computer so that it goes in and gets actually on their criminal history, or if they change their charges. So there's all this information that's behind the scenes, and nobody quite knows what each department needs or understands how the fingerprint system works. So the goal is to bring in a fingerprint specialist from WSP and then all the courts so that they all understand and we can all be on the same page with our paperwork. So if our paperwork isn't right, then we're not, yeah.
That's a good answer.
Yeah, it's a little frustrating. So, and you know, when a person is arrested like on a felony charge, the deputies will come in and they'll bring a piece of paper and they might charge 5, they might have 5 charges on that. So that's what they're booked on. But when that paperwork is submitted overnight to the prosecutor, the next day they come out with an information charge that might have 3 of the same charges and 6 other charges. So all that has to be fixed in the system, not only in our booking system, but in the fingerprint system. So it gets very complicated. Yes, yeah, I'm just there. I got my little notes.
Little add-ons.
Yeah. Unfortunately, over the weekend, and again, I was gone.
I'm sensing a pattern.
Me too. Goldendale Police Department arrested Daniel Benz on a physical control, and upon his arrival into the Sallyport, he was met with our corrections staff, of course, and there was an altercation that began in the Sallyport, and there was an assault that occurred in the elevator, at which point Mr. Benz was drive-stunned with a taser. And then it continued out into the hallway, and another, I think there was another assault into the crisis unit. So he was charged with 2 counts of assault, 3. It's my understanding he had from the report, he had a weapon at the original arrest scene. So he was charged with unlawful possession of a firearm, physical control, and obstruction of law enforcement.
Do you know if drugs or alcohol was involved?
Alcohol was most definitely involved, which is the physical control. They didn't catch him actively driving, but he was behind the wheel intoxicated, so you can only get him on physical control. So he was in front of the Judge Krog yesterday on those charges. $5,000 bail was set, and then Mr. Benz posted bail last night and was released. So Deputy Bellamy from my department was the one who was assaulted, did sustain some minor injuries, and hopefully we'll be able to recuperate from those, but he is under the care of a doctor now because of that.
Do we have,
And the city officer was injured as well.
as far as our camera system, that it was all captured as
It
far
was-
as, so if there is a
it was
problem
all-
in the future about
It was all captured.
who
It's
who
actually,
initiated,
it's all downloaded and has been submitted to Chief Hunsaker for their investigation.
Okay, good.
Mhm. And actually, I got a comment yesterday how clear the cameras were from them. They're like, wow, those are great cameras. So those have been really instrumental. We're noticing a lot that anytime there's a DUI arrest, the prosecutor's office requests our camera footage because we have one in the BAC room where they do the breath test. That way they can show everything that was happened during that time. So they've been really instrumental in
it was
like-
a good investment.
it. Absolutely. Absolutely. One additional note, John from Extreme come up and fitted all of our corrections staff for ballistic vests. So they'll be outfitted with the vest just like the road deputies. Currently we have a few vests that are in use and they're old and they're not custom fit. So people like Sergeant Gillum, when they sit down, the vest comes up to here and they're very uncomfortable and they're really not safe because they're not properly fitted for safety. So
Has to protect the staff, of course, from shanks, homemade knives, that type of thing. Do you have anything?
nope, I think that's all I have. Do you have any questions?
I actually do have a question for both of you. Where are you at with staffing? How many empty positions are you
Me?
trying to fill? I'm gonna ask him next.
So, with your wife leaving, I will have a CBO position open. And I have to test for that position. So
That's the only one?
that is currently the
Oh, wow.
only one. I do anticipate a resignation from one of my corrections deputies. I got word yesterday. So I don't know when that's gonna be. It could be a month from now. It could be 6 months from now. So
Relocate
relocating.
within the state.
Interesting. Are you, the CBO position, are you gonna be hiring a CBO or are you gonna be looking for a corrections officer?
No, it's a CBO position. I can't change the
Oh, that's
FTE of
in
it.
the box.
It's in, yeah. And
How's your staffing, sir?
We were down 2
Yeah.
because of emotional opportunities and Mike retiring.
Right.
We have made a conditional offer to 2 deputies.
Okay.
And I think it's gonna work out good. One is a reserve deputy and the other is a former police officer, White Salmon. So if they get through the poly and the psych and that background's pretty much been completed on the 2. Then at that point, they'll challenge the training commission to a 2-week certification. And then they don't have a 5.5-month academy. Right. They have a lot of work pretty quick. They'll go through some field training, obviously,
Right.
but we're kind of excited about that, getting them on board. We anticipate probably around the first of the year, we'll probably have 2 more openings. The deputies have indicated the 2 that want to retire. And so that's 2 more around the first of the year.
Right.
The list should still be good for those 2 positions. Within the next 2 years after that, there's a potential of 3 or 4 openings, retirees. All of our sergeants have enough time in to retire. A number of deputies have enough time in to retire. I have enough time in to retire.
I don't.
I think I was looking at it and I plan on going right to the end of my term. But 18 months, 3 weeks, 6 hours.
Count it out, do you? Okay. What's that number again? 18 months, yeah.
I do have a casual position that I will be opening. Currently Bracken Kruger holds that spot, but
Oh, right.
Bracken is with Wasco County now, so I need to get that.
Look at that guy.
I do.
Yeah.
I do. Hopefully we can snag it back in a few years. So.
Okay. I did have a,
Oh, yeah. Go ahead.
go ahead.
Oh, we received a notice from Angel Hill that she's gonna be taking a position in the clerk's office. So we will be testing for that spot as well.
Oh, Renee.
Getting posted.
For my
Bob.
broom, yeah.
Everybody's like,
I know.
You know what they say about payback?
So I told Rob about your wife.
They're going to good departments. They'll be
Yes.
Yeah.
And they're wonderful employees.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
Back to the body cameras. I don't recall that we didn't budget dollars for that, or,
No.
Yes,
oh, we did.
we did, and the authorization of getting the formal quote from Extreme,
Okay.
and the authorization will be submitted once the quote.
No,
But.
That was quoted in last year's budget?
no, next year's budget.
No. The jail body cameras, or are you talking jail?
No, I'm
Oh,
talking
the
about,
vest. I'm sorry.
yeah, no, I was
No.
talking about the body camera for the officer, for the
My
deputies,
apologies.
the road deputies.
Holy mackerel.
So the body cameras for the deputies, was that in the budget, or are you gonna be looking for a budget request for that? Or a
Budget
budget?
request.
That's what I was, okay. I was like, wow, you were really forward thinking.
You're saying the jail is different? The jail already had it on the budget?
The jail had, well,
That was for the overhead cameras.
the ballistic vest.
Yeah.
Oh,
My
ballistic, got
apologies.
it.
Right. Yeah, I know that was in the budget.
No body cameras were in the
That's
current budget.
Right. For anybody.
Now, are you looking at body cameras for the jail staff too?
Yes.
Yeah. Because I think that will clear up a lot of issues for assaults, accusations that the corrections officer did this to me, and it pretty much clear up a lot of that. It will help with liability issues. I don't know, I would think the insurance company might have some willingness to give a reduction in insurance rate because of the liability that minimized.
That's a good question.
We don't have any sustained complaints on deputies where the interaction was caught on camera. Not a single one in the years that we've had cameras.
And I'm assuming that once you get the body cameras and they get in place, you'll probably be doing a training
Oh, yeah.
with your staff on the cameras.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. Yeah. And the company that we had, the rep came and talked to us, where the body cameras interface with our car cameras. WatchGuard. You get so far from the car camera, the body camera will still play. It's a lot of that technology is over my head, and I'll be the first to admit it. But, and information on that will be available to the prosecutor's office, which they have to have, obviously, for cases. And the storage, I believe, is unlimited.
Unlimited storage and redaction powers for both the prosecutor's office and our office.
But we're also checking with another vendor. Dave kind of requested that.
Right.
And it makes sense to find out what else is out there. So it was a good suggestion, and we'll be meeting with those folks. But we want to try to get this wrapped up, so you got some idea what the cost figures are.
Right. Yeah, because I had no idea.
The two people that are gonna be using it is you and the prosecutor, so.
Yeah.
Get involved in figuring out what works for the both of you there.
Tech people, because they have to learn some of that stuff.
I have to say the cameras for the jail staff is cheaper than for the road.
Yeah, because they don't have the car cameras.
Right.
Catch you guys playing basketball in the middle of the night.
They'll be on camera.
Yeah.
All right. Anything?
It's our physical exercise program.
Yeah, yeah,
It's important.
totally.
It's the only department that has.
Calisthenics.
Yeah.
Any other questions or comments for the sheriff or Carmen?
Karen?
Karen?
We're on track for budget, and I will get with Lee. I found out on Friday that our vote was not on the list for vehicles from the insurance company. Neither the wave runners nor the boats, it was removed from the list.
I think that that's probably something you have to check with Lee, because there
That's what I
was,
said.
okay, I was like,
Yeah.
that was the wrong information. That was not, you definitely want to ask her.
Yeah, no, that's not, yeah. And, but we've got all of our budget papers ready for phase one. So,
Okay. Are you talking insurance as in insured, or are you talking replacement?
no, insurance.
It was on when we renewed because Eric
Okay.
verifies the list,
Okay,
and so we'll find out.
Yeah.
When we're done.
Yeah.
Because it should have been there.
yeah, it wasn't on what Jim sent out for vehicle.
Okay, you're talking replacement though. You're talking BR&R.
Okay, and she had said that it was the same list that you had for
No,
insurance.
it's not.
Okay.
It's not everything on the everything's on the insurance list, not everything's on the VR.
BR&R.
Well, that makes sense.
Yeah, we had requested it to be on VR&R for next year, or for last year and this year. And so,
I think I'm gonna interrupt. I think your vote was originally, it was a grant type funding,
right,
so it never was before
Yeah, it wasn't on
on the
VR.
BR&R.
right. Yeah, we're just trying to get it on to plan for the future.
Perfect.
We do want to, we're openly accepting funds from anybody who will give it to us for a.
So are we.
I am not bashful, because we do want to replace that boat at some point in time, and we want to get one with a water nozzle so that we can hit anything on the banks. So
Or
Fire.
fire or crowd suppression.
I'm gonna go with fire.
I'm gonna go for crowd suppression.
Parades, parades, okay. Fire, okay.
And we're looking at a fire truck.
Yeah.
Well, I can tell you the jet pump on a boat will spray 70 feet, and be careful who you spray it at.
That'll work.
No, it would be good for fire, so, because we do get those sometimes, along the railroad and stuff.
That's why we're soliciting with some of those larger companies. I've already called my son who's in management at the NSF.
Oh.
To beg for help.
Yeah.
He laughed at me, but I'll keep asking.
So your plan is to put the boat on, your wish is to put the boat on VR&R and start putting in funds so that eventually you can replace it, is what you're trying to do.
That is correct.
You gentlemen heard of the most recent news from the governor
Probably not.
that to encourage people to get their shots,
Oh, yeah, another new one.
they're gonna give out free pot.
Yeah, I saw that on the news this morning.
For the joint,
Joint for jabs.
joint for jabs. You get a jab in the arm, we'll give you a joint.
Isn't that delivery of a controlled substance?
That's just what I was gonna say. Yeah, I mean,
Still federally illegal.
Well,
anyway,
Maybe it's
I'd
what
rather
the
keep
feds
the $1
needed to
million.
arrest the
Yeah.
governor.
Yeah.
That's
I'd rather,
Well, they said that, it's clinics that are inside pawn shop. I didn't know we had clinics inside pawn shops, but apparently somewhere in Washington they do.
Well, they do now.
One-stop shop, you get your medical marijuana license.
Yeah,
your pot at the same
I
time.
guess, get your shot.
Now they just gotta add a liquor store in there and it could be a one-stop shop.
Now that I've got lottery tickets in there too. That'd be all the. state
Well, it is
funding.
sort of a lottery
Well, that's what I'm
ticket. I
saying.
mean, you're
It's all
in
the
the
state's
lottery
funding in one
for-
spot, drugs, alcohol, and pot, they put it all in one place.
The truth of the matter is.
Lotto tickets.
Mark my words on this, probably after my time, but eventually it'll all be legal. Yeah. The foot's in the door right now with the legislature, where we catch somebody with heroin meth. Here's your here's your counseling slip. And next time we catch them, here's your counseling slip. Third time we catch them, we refer to the prosecutor's office. And they encourage the prosecutor's office to do a diversion. So I'm not making light of addiction. I'm just saying that the only thing we have right now where we can enforce the drug laws is trafficking. We got somebody sell or delivery. And that sometimes is very difficult, especially when in the past, a little inside, you guys know this little inside, they'll catch a guy with some drugs on him, and they wanted to become a friend of law enforcement, they turn their connection. You don't have that ability anymore.
Right. Yeah, it's taken some of your tools away from you now because there really is no incentive to do anything. So,
Anyway.
all right, anything else for the sheriff or folks? Nope. All right, thank you, sir, ma'am, all.
Yeah. Have a good day.
You as well.
And thank you for the update.
You're welcome, you guys. Have a great day.
You too.
I won't be leaving town now for the next few months.
Okay, good. Things should settle down. Since we're in open session now, I can relay the Senator King, what he was, because he said it wasn't necessarily, it was probably for all of us. The $5 million that was the legislative appropriation
For the bridge.
for the bridge. The plan was originally it would flow to Klickitat County to the port. And WashDOT is asking that it flows through them to ODOT to the port. And then they would be my only question was about, well, can it get diverted to some other, what are the safeguards on
WashDOT and then on ODOT.
on ODOT and all that. And he said, no, they have agreements in place. And that was really they thought it would be cleaner because then WashDOT would be responsible for the auditing paperwork and all that stuff. And they already have an existing interlocal agreement to get money that way now. But he wanted to check with us what we thought. So I said, as long as as far as I'm personally concerned, as long as I make sure it gets to them, I don't
like
care.
the fact that they gotta deal with.
They got to deal with all the
stuff, not us,
paperwork
so.
and we don't.
I just wonder what their cut is.
Well, that's another good question. Because we don't charge any admits or, right, how much actually gets to the port? That would be a really good question. Because there probably is some administrative overhead that they tackle or pull out, which we currently don't. So that was it. Update, folks, as far as I was in Glenwood Thursday evening. There was a discussion with, that was invited up to have a discussion about the pest problem with the grasshoppers, and had several community members just kind of wanted to explore the idea, potentially a agricultural pest district. I had to look up the RCW. There is such a thing. So, and then we just kind of had a discussion about it as far as what the process would be. They're not talking like now. I mean, they're getting it dealt with, but is it as there seems to be a pattern as there is less irrigation water in Glenwood, they have seen they have more of a problem with grasshoppers than they did when it's drier.
When it's drier or wetter?
When it's drier, as far as that there have been Although I will say there was some debate upon that from different
That
folks.
seems backwards.
That they
I would think
had
there would be
nothing.
more grass at hoppers when it's drier than wetter. But either way.
That's what he's saying. More
And,
grasshoppers when it's drier.
right,
Okay.
he's thinking there's more grasshoppers and it's wetter.
No, I was thinking drier. I just thought you said it the other way around. So
Oh,
we're
no,
all-
no, that it's
we're all in
because as
agreement.
they're, right, as the valley is drier than it has historically been, that they're gonna see it's becoming more and more of a problem.
Right.
And I'm sure you heard it's just a cyclical thing that comes and goes as well from some of the people.
No, I actually did not. That wasn't, I got in the refuge manager was there and was mostly just to listen, because of course they never take a position on anything as far as they're not allowed to speak. Basically. So I gave them the RCWs and I gave them because it's actually agricultural pest district is through a petition process. It actually doesn't, but you have to end up, I believe, we have to do some more research on it. It's really up to them if they want to do that. They submit it, comes to the board, we have to decide whether.
But isn't it usually in apples and cherry areas?
There's different ones. It's funny, there is actually 171 different special purpose categories. And there's one for mosquitoes, there's one for like apple maggots. Those are specific ones. The agricultural pest one is more of a general, although it seems to be more focused on like rodents and that kind of stuff, but it said any agricultural destroying pest. And so that would be a question to know as
So
far as
they're
which.
thinking about planning on putting a levee up there.
Right, then it would have a levy that they
For
would,
everything in the Glenwood Valley or just part of the?
well, you can draw the district however you wish, but that would be up to them.
They haven't given you an insight on?
No, just about, I know they, because the agronomist that was there was asking questions about the number, because I was asking questions about, well, what would if you're going to treat, what treatments are available, what's the cost on per acre, so that,
How many endangered grasshoppers live there?
and and what's and that's what and so they were thinking, it's really the cropland, the rangeland that to be is probably under 5,000 acres. The consensus was like about 4,500 acres. And so it would be up to them to have the discussion with the community, because they were talking about, well, but that's kind of the whole point of having the district, because they are doing treatments now, individual farmers are doing treatments, but then if your neighbor chooses to not, then they just move over. You get rid of yours and buddies come over. So I just gave them the information, listened, and would really be up to the community to.
And it would be a community vote.
Right, they would have to come in and present, and then we would make the decision on whether.
Oh, we would, so
No,
they
it is-
actually put it on a ballot.
No,
we would make that.
It's by petition, but I think and I don't know what the rules are as far as can you include somebody? I don't know that you could include somebody against their will or do you have to draw the district? I don't know.
I think you have to have so much.
Like a certain percentage. I didn't see anything in the RCW, but there must be somewhere, because you couldn't have just one holdout saying, I'm not going to do it. Well, now you can't do it. And so I assume you have to reach some kind of majority of the landowners in a given geographical area. And then the ultimate decision is the Board of Commissioners decides whether and then I think any kind of levy would have to go to those voters, because you can form a district with no levy.
Mm-hmm.
It's a terrible idea. We've seen that happen. I can think of once. I can think of one, and I would never support it ever again. It was a Parks District. Yeah,
I remember that now.
It passed with no. It was two questions: form a district and pay for it. It was yes and no, and it's like no. It's a terrible idea.
That will be coming before you later for the dissolution of that district.
Yes.
Because it's still sitting out there.
Yeah, because the
Still sitting out there and never been funded.
Well, they built a new one that takes in a different.
Oh, right, yeah, with a levy,
With a levy.
but it's different, it's a different district, and so. But this one has, once you form a district, a special purpose district, and its owner is to eliminate it, it has to be inactive for
Like 5 years.
5 years, and then before we can take action and take it off the books.
Right, the auditor will be issuing a letter of non-activity, and I've kind of got things scheduled out for the public hearing, and we'll go, so I hear from Brenda.
And then Friday night, I was in Wishram with the prosecutor and the sheriff. Had been requested by the fire chief down there to have a discussion about the tribal housing project that's under construction, and just, you know, we just provided general information that we could. I have reached out to the housing authority, because it's actually a housing authority project. It's not the
Council.
It's not the council. And it was actually a really positive meeting. I think there was a couple of community members that had some misinformation, and once that was corrected, I think by and large, it was a positive meeting. They're just hoping the school district and the fire district are just hoping to get some direct lines of communication with the housing authority so they can plan on, and I brought the information that we had as far as how many permits, the size of the homes, the number, the total, the size of the subdivision that's already there, because that's all stuff we have and can provide. But there's 24, I think, active permits right now. They've submitted for 46, but they've only pulled the actual permits for half of them, the 20, or about half of them, 24. And it's under construction, and they are, they paid their permit fees just like anybody else was. Gene's inspecting, and just like it normally would be. But I think they were hoping to get an idea as far as what's the plan for when they would get occupancy, when would especially if they have had an application process through the housing authority for folks that are going to be living in. So they should have, at least for the 24 that are under construction, I would speculate they already have, they know who's going to be living in the houses, and they could probably give an estimate as far as number of children for the school, because they need to be able to plan. And so they just want to open communication up with them.
So
So
there's close to probably 130 houses in Wishram currently, and we're gonna add 46
more houses, yeah.
And we don't know if we'll see any funding for schools or fire.
The schools, though, the kids will, because the children bring their own money. Fire, they will not. That is tax exempt. They can have the option of paying PILT, payment in lieu of taxes, and that would be a good conversation to have between the fire district and the housing authority. I said, let's assume positive intent that, folks are generally, positive. I mean, that's big doings in Wishram as far as.
All being done, it'll be 26% of the
Town, yeah.
Yeah.
Is that a sheet of plywood I just saw go by the door? Somebody stealing it?
Showed up.
I probably 20.
Oh.
So it had the 3 fire chiefs, the 3 fire commissioners, the fire chief, administrator from the school, and then community members. So all told.
I guess, that does kind of though, 26% of your town, in essence, of the people in your fire district not paying anything.
Right. As I said, there's nothing, I mean, some housing, we do, like our housing, we do pay some PILT on some projects, just because it's really funny. Because I had done some research on who's paying taxes and who's not in Klickitat County on these different projects. And I don't really want to even say it out loud, but, oh, well, folks are listening. The one here in Goldendale does pay taxes. The Three Mountain Village, yeah, pays full taxes. And Bethel, Shalom, and White Salmon does not, but Rhine Village does.
Really?
Pueblo del Rio does not, except for some little pill that we do. And so I was kind of curious about that, and it depends on, some of them are, the project themselves are tax exempt, like this one will be, because tribal housing is tax exempt. It's just tax exempt. There's the legislature put a categorical exemption in 2000 or 2001. Other ones though, it's if the folks that are using it are qualified to be tax exempt because of low income status, but that has to be certified every year. And so if you don't do the paperwork,
Then you gotta pay.
it goes away. And so it could be that people are just not submitting the paperwork every year. But it's not like this way, it's like $18,000 a year they're paying in total.
For Bethel Shalom or the one?
No,
here?
for the one here in Goldendale and Rhine Village, it's about $16,000 that they're paying in property taxes into the system. So it's kind of interesting, just
How it works.
how it all works. So, so that's what I did the end of last week. So.
I had senior meeting.
Oh yeah,
Big smile on your face.
Yeah.
No,
How did that go?
No, it actually went fine.
Yeah, no, I always enjoy
talked
that.
about a million different topics. We were talking about the assisted living center, and I guess I would say I was advised, I was going to use the word told, that it now is fully funded. And I told them that I swear the last update you gave us is there was a shortfall of like 3 million or something.
It was 2, and now it's 3.
And they're like, no, Dave told us that got covered. And I'm like, I don't think so, but I'll check.
No, there's always been that shortfall.
As long as I was on the right side of that argument.
Unless one of them put up $3 billion.
That's what I'm saying.
I was gonna say, Dave, you've been pulling your shovel out again?
Yeah.
But that was mainly, I'm sure, the conversation that you always get is we need more assisted living. we need more, and I, tried to get into the legislator part of it of overregulation and all that good stuff. But no, it went really good. It went long, actually. There is a community meeting with the solar company and Bickleton for Bluebird out there next Tuesday. I saw it posted in the paper, which is the only reason I knew about it. So it's at 5 o'clock next Tuesday. So if there's any way we can be down at 4 next Tuesday, so I can head that direction.
Yeah, I think that's a good idea.
Just to be there, I guess I would say.
I think we can
So
do that.
I do plan on going after that. Other than that, that's kind of it for me.
Report. Because we had time.
What happened in a week?
In the last week. I know lots has happened in the last week, but.
I attended the Columbia River Policy Advisory Group meeting. And most of that was a discussion on the Columbia River and pump back projects. They're trying to pump water from the Columbia all the way up to Walla Walla. And so I serve as an alternate on that. And so I had the question of, how are you gonna pay for it?
Yeah.
That's a 500-foot pump, 35 miles long. That's a long way. So, and then I attended the Title 12 meeting, which that's moving along. They're moving pretty quickly, a lot faster than you'd ever think. And then working with the whole airport stuff, trying to get that worked out. I'm waiting on to find out if TAC Aero wants to take over like the grass maintenance on an interim basis for the summer. So, and then I've got
And when is the last day of the current management? Is it the end of June?
He's gonna leave the beginning of July. But
How are
Aaron's
we-
gonna stay around, his wife's gonna stay around and manage for a little bit, and then we'll need an interim.
How does that normally operate? How do we go find a manager how did we find the last one?
It's usually off the bid, isn't it?
Yeah, it's a RFP or RFI or RF something, and then you select
Which one you want?
Who bids on it.
who, right?
But, you know, if we move it over to a county position, we'll do.
Yeah, we'll
like an
do-
interim manager for a while. You can try them out while you go out to full advertisement and do all that. And then I also attended the Columbia Gorge Bi-State Renewable Energy Zone and got some updates on what's going on in Oregon. And they all wanted to know about what's going on with our solar.
Do you know? I meant to look it up and didn't, but you might actually know and save me a little kickback of time. How does Oregon exactly do their taxing on that kind of renewable stuff?
They've got multiple different ways. But Dave and I are gonna hopefully talk to somebody about looking into, you know, having an option like what Oregon has where.
Yeah, I think it's a better deal for local government.
For the local government, so long as it's written right in the state, they
Right.
take it all.
They just take it all.
But there was also.
I want the Sherman County method. That's what I want.
So you and Dave are actually gonna work through that and try to get some changes up north to
Potentially get
make
some
that happen?
changes up north. We've got to talk to, I can't remember his name, Max or something, with one of the renewable energy groups to see where we can go. And then I've spoken with Gina about, you know, if we need to run some legislation, is that something you might be willing to buy? We need to talk with Max, and I'll get back to you with more information about what that could potentially look like. And then we'll pull in the auditor or the assessor and treasurer. But then the other interesting one was there was one of the people that presented at the CG Breeze meeting was talking about hydropower and the system and how much of the water is just flowing through the system versus actually creating power, and how they're using it to regulate, you know, how much renewables we have. It was really, so I'll see if I can find you the PowerPoint on it.
Yeah, I'd be curious.
Yeah, it was really interesting meeting.
Well, most of the water they're free flowing through and not going through the turbines is essentially summer spill for fish passage though, right?
But if
Mandated by federal law?
But if you're producing power, there's that part, but then there's also, you've got to use them to balance the load on the system. And the other really interesting one was out of Chelan up there. They've got one big plant on the river, and so they're producing hydrogen. They're going to start producing hydrogen.
Yeah,
So
sounds explosive.
It's like fuel.
sounds like fuel, but it could be stored. So like the
Right.
discussion was, you know, with our pump storage plant, that's one way to
Have storage.
balance and load the system. The hydrogen, if you send the electricity through, use the electricity and water to create hydrogen, then you can store the hydrogen and then you can rerun it through whenever you need the peaks. And then you can, what doesn't get sold on the wholesale market for industrial purposes, you can use for load.
That's interesting. I don't know how they're gonna get that through ecology with fish though.
For,
Because essentially if you're creating hydrogen, you're sucking the hydrogen molecule out of the water molecule, making less hydrogen in the water.
Yeah, I mean, there would be a consumptive use of
It's a
water.
consumptive
It's a
use.
consumptive use, because you're destroying the water.
but then when
You're gonna recreate it when it's
Well,
burned.
there's
Burn,
times when you
yeah.
have fish die off because there's too much hydrogen in water. So
But
there
you're not
may not be any
creating,
pushback.
you're not creating the hydrogen like in the water, it goes
Pulling
through a
it.
process. You pull the
Water
water
out, you
pull the
put
water
the
out.
electricity to it, it splits it into
Splits it.
hydrogen and oxygen,
Right.
and you let the oxygen go, collect the hydrogen.
Right, and that's what
store
I'm
it.
saying. It's, that could actually end up being beneficial because more oxygen in the water and less hydrogen in the water could actually be beneficial to the fish.
But the
So
oxygen isn't getting put back into the water. You're splitting that out. Oxygen goes one way, hydrogen goes the other.
Oxygen just goes into the atmosphere.
oh,
I
You can
agree.
sell oxygen.
You could actually, that's a side business.
Yeah,
Or site
I'd
gig,
be curious that when getting through college, that if it's taken out.
but you are gonna pull, I mean, it
My
will
big
consume water,
question was, is do you have the water right for the consumptive portion?
consumptive portion, because you would need that.
Seems pretty pipe dream to me, but.
Well, they got, they're spending 25 million building it, so. And they've already got, pretty much all the hydrogen they can produce sold. So,
Well, they must have a consumptive water right that they're using.
Yeah,
They must have
get it
gone
straight
through
into
ecology
it.
and everything else.
Or, yeah, or is it that, oh, when you burn it, it's creating water back, it's not, but it's still out of stream, you took it out of the river, and it's
consumptive to
being
that.
used somewhere else, and so it's, yeah, it's consumptive to that
Interesting.
stream.
But the interesting part would be is if you pull it out of the stream, you store it, you burn it, and it goes back into the stream. Then it's a consumptive use.
Consumptive use or not,
Well, anything that's vapored would be a consumptive use.
yeah, you would think it would.
But those are my.
Okay, that's kind of cool. At the Columbia River Policy Group, as far as Neil Allen's replacement, because I know he's getting ready to retire.
Nothing came up.
Okay, I was just curious who.
Was that the first Columbia River Advisory Group you've done this year? Or
No,
a couple of.
second or third or something.
Yeah, because he was the original, he's, since the program started in '06, he was the coordinator or whatever. I think that's his title. I don't know. It's a contract with Wasac, but I was kind of curious who was gonna fill that role. Okay, well, if there's nothing else that we will break for lunch. We will be back at 1 o'clock. Okay, the time being 1 o'clock, I will call the meeting to order. Let the record show that all three commissioners are present. We will start with the flag salute. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Mr. Chairman, I make a motion, we approve the business agenda with one item under new business, independent contract agreement between Goldendale Chamber of Commerce and the Klickitat County National Resources Economic Development Board.
I will second the motion.
You have a motion, a second with, for the agenda with the one add-on. Any discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor say aye.
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 Are you good with minutes?
Motion passed. I would ask to defer on the 25th.
Okay.
I'm not ready for those. I got a couple more things to work on. The 18th, I'm good.
All right, Mr. Chairman, I make a motion that we approve the commissioner meeting minutes for May 18th, 2021 as presented.
I'll second the motion.
Okay, I have a motion and a second on the May 18th, 2021 minutes. Any discussion on those? Hearing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye, motion passed. Those are approved. That brings us to citizen comment. This is an opportunity for citizens to address the Board of Commissioners on any topic that's not already on the agenda or on the agenda for later. Please limit your comments to no more than 7 minutes. If you wish to address the board, please raise your hand, unmute yourself, get our attention. It's *6 if you're on a phone. And we'll call on you. Citizen comment. I see Mr. Larson, you are unmuted.
Yes.
Go ahead, if you can give me, obviously we have your name, but if you can give me your community, that would be great for the record.
I live in Box Canyon outside of Goldendale.
Okay. Go ahead, sir.
I first addressed, I understand you're going to be talking about the potable water situation. And I first addressed this a little over a year ago with the county commissioner. And I just wanted to express my need for being able to use a cistern. The estimate on my property for a well is 900 feet at a cost of $55,000. And you can't get a loan for it. I'm in a situation where I have a neighbor, one property down, that is willing for me, let me use his water as much as I want. But I need to have a cistern at my house to do that. And right now, it's not feasible for the county to let me do that. And just wanted to express the need. And I know there's other people in the county that need this too.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Larson.
Thank you.
Okay, we are in citizen comment. So if you wish to address the board, please get our attention.
Again,
Paranoid that I'm not gonna get it recorded, sorry.
does the little record button show up on your upper left?
Yes, it does, but I panicked.
No.
You got a sticky note in that section.
Okay, we are in citizen comment, which is being recorded. Still, twice. That's okay. So if anybody wishes to address the board, this is your opportunity.
Not seeing
I
any.
don't see anybody. Our ratings are going down.
Yeah, we're not at 16, we're not at 21.
Heck of a work here.
Okay, well, I'm gonna work on some other stuff. If somebody changes your mind or comes onto the call, then get our attention.
And it is *6.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. This is Sherry from Houston, Washington, 120 Houston Street, Houston.
Okay, go ahead, Ms. Bosquet.
Yes, I wanted to follow up. I know that a lot of citizens have a lot of questions on the SEPA process as well as a conditional use permit that's followed. And I'm sorry if confusion keeps happening, but I seem to get a bit confused. The commissioners, and correct me if I'm wrong, say that environmental concerns are addressed while doing a SEPA environmental checklist with an applicant. And we all know, I'm sure you know what those components are for the SEPA environmental checklist. There's 16 of them, such as air, earth, water, traffic, public services, wildfire safety, so on and so forth. And so those concerns, environmental concerns are, or components are to be evaluated in the SEPA. Well, so what I'm seeing, and if you can help me with this, with the under canvas SEPA, is a lot of things are getting looked at, as I've been told by Sage Park with Department of Ecology, she's the Central Washington director, that these concerns such as the amount of water use, air pollution from wood burning stoves, traffic evacuation plans for wildfire, things like these environmental concerns will be looked at after the SEPA is approved. And that the SEPA will be approved, and then with the conditional use permit, sorry if the log truck's loud, with the conditional use permit, that if these concerns such as under canvas needs to prove how much water they'll use, these now will be placed into the conditional use permit because they won't be looked at until afterwards with the appropriate agency. And so because maybe there's a concern that this should be put into the conditional use permit, such as evaluating the air quality from 95, 98 wood burning stoves. This will be looked at after the SEPA, but in order for it to be looked at, it should be placed in the conditional use permit. And again, this is from the the Department of Ecology, Central Washington director. And so my question is for the commissioners, given that this is the process, that a lot of these environmental concerns are looked at after the SEPA, and then there'll be conditions put in their conditional use permit that this applicant will now need to meet these conditions for a building permit. Ultimately, the conditions put into a conditional use permit, the applicant will be required to meet in order to obtain their building permits. So that should assure us citizens that, yes, these concerns will now be looked into. But what I have a question with is if an environmental concern such as how will the air pollution be with 95 wood burning tents, stove fireplaces going every day in a condensed area, if that's not put into the conditional use permit as a conditional to evaluate this air pollution quality, just as one of them, how would these environmental concerns be addressed then if they aren't put in the conditional use permit? And so if you could give me some direction, if I'm missing the whole process, but this is what the road I've been down personally as I've been trying to figure out how this works. So how do we get our environmental concerns looked at if it's not put in the conditional use permit? Such as, like, I'll touch back on what I said last week. Will the county and tell Under Canvas that they will have to put a flow meter on their exempt Class A well, which they are limited to 5,000 gallons a day? Will that be put in our conditional use permit? So since the commissioners want us to trust the process, I have a lot of questions with when do these environmental concerns and the regulations, conditions such as what you have, when will this applicant be made, and when will the citizens be assured that these environmental concerns will be addressed? So if they're not put into the conditional use permit, does that mean they don't get looked at? And any suggestions you have for me as we go into the hearing for Under Canvas and whether or not this, the citizens trust that this conditional use permit has been completed? Any suggestions on how citizens make sure environmental gets looked at, because it's not the SEPA, apparently, according to Department of Health and Department of Ecology. And Department of Ecology, who is the people who overlook the SEPAs, are to be followed. But as Sage Park did inform me, Department of Ecology is not the SEPA police, that they leave decisions up to the lead agency, in this case is our county. So how can citizens make sure we're getting our conditions of environmental concerns met?
Again, generally citizen comment is not an opportunity for a discussion, debate, conversation. But since we have a little bit of time, I think you may be confusing the SEPA checklist with the environmental process. As far as the checklist is filled out, SEPA, you're using the word SEPA, the checklist is filled out by the applicant that has to answer those questions, on the 16 different categories of things. Each one of those has either some agency, or it could be expertise in county as well, looks at those, and based on the information that is provided by the applicant, and it gets sent to the different agencies about, so taking your example of the water usage. In the, that's the question, how much water are you going to use? That's obviously routed to both Department of Health and Ecology. Ecology's comment back to the local agency, with the county, the lead agency, is going to be, again, if they're using a permit exempt well, it must be confined to 5,000 gallons, or if not, they will need to produce a water certificate that is suitable. Oops, sorry, that's your time. You're suspended at the moment.
I'm sorry, what was that? I heard an alarm and then.
That was the timer going off.
Okay. Yeah, okay,
let's come back. Now, so it's up to the lead agency to determine if all the questions that have been raised by various, and the public is invited to comment on those as well. I would make the assumption that you have provided some comments. It is up to the lead agency to determine if those comments have been answered adequately by the applicant, or there will be conditions of approval, if there is an approval, that mitigates those potential impacts. Ultimately, though, if you as an individual, I guess, don't feel like they were adequately, that's really you. That's not the lead agency is the one that has to determine if all the environmental concerns that have legitimately, credibly been brought up have been answered through the process, and there's going to be conditions of approval that mitigate whatever those impacts are.
Right. That is the process. I think we're speaking the same language here. That is the process that I've heard. And, when I went to Department of Health directly and asked them, how are they going to do this? They had a meeting with Undercanvas, came back with, well, they might build in phases. They might do this, they might do that, but we don't know. And we won't look at this until after the SEPA is approved. And then Undercanvas will have to do things. But my concern is if one of the environmental concerns isn't put into the, I still would like to know, will they have to have a flow meter? And how does a citizen know what mitigated conditions will be put into an applicant's conditional use permit? Is that available for citizens to review?
The conditional use permit process is a public process. This is a little different because it will be with the hearings examiner. But again, the public will have an opportunity to see, hear everything that is discussed and what those conditions, and then a draft will be produced. I don't believe that draft is going to go out for comments to the public, the general, because that's the final decision.
Right. So I would say if you're concerned about the flow of the water and metering that, which I have the exact same concern, that's a good time to make that comment to the hearings examiner if it hasn't already been addressed by the SEPA official.
Right. So is there a draft of the conditional use permit that will be permitted to the hearings examiner that the public can look at, so we know whether we feel that it's been touched, all the concerns have been touched on? Is there a draft for that conditional use permit that's public?
First you have to have the hearing. And then in the hearing, you're going to give comments. And then those comments will be addressed by the hearings examiner, who will then set further conditions for the conditional use permit. And then if you disagree with that, you're able to appeal the decision of the hearings examiner. That's how the process works.
So that seems counterintuitive, because what if the county listened to the citizens and they took our concerns and put them initially into the conditional use permit, and everybody knew what it was, and then the hearings examiner can go from there? Why are we always appealing something? Why can't we work together to make sure everything's addressed up front?
What you've done is you've in essence put the cart before the horse for the last almost year. And that is that the process is your time to comment on the actual conditional use permit is during the public hearing, just as your time to comment on the SEPA checklist was during the hearing.
Which we did. So how do we comment on a conditional use permit that we can't review?
All of the application materials are all publicly available on the county's website. The planning's website, everything that is moving forward.
So the proposed conditional use permit for the hearings examiner is available?
No, it has not been written yet, because it's based on the outcome of the hearing. The concerns, what comes out of the hearing process will drive the decision of what those conditions will be. It's not pre-decided ahead of time. It's anything's on the table at this point. Nothing is decided at this point. Staff generally will develop I don't know in this circumstance, because it's going to a hearings examiner, whether or not, typically if that was coming to the Board of Adjustment, they would provide a staff recommendation. It might be a range of things, possibly, but again, they're only recommendations, and none of the conditions are put together until after the hearing, because that's the whole point of the hearing, is for the people that are making the decision to understand what the concerns are and what conditions need to be put into that permit for its
Okay.
approval or denial.
So whether it was a
Okay.
hearings examiner or the Board of Adjustments, they're gonna be hearing staff's recommendations. They're gonna be hearing from you that you have concerns over wood stoves and want a water meter, and then that either that hearings examiner in this case, or the Board of Adjustments would take that under advisement when they make their decisions on those issues. We haven't had that yet because that's next week.
Okay, all right. Now this is making sense. So it is important for the public, the citizens, if they have concerns with whatever environmental component, that they make sure that their comments to the county are addressed, and or the comments sent to the county that will be sent to the hearings examiner. They should put that in writing as a comment so that the hearings examiner will take into consideration the concerns of the environment, such as a flow meter, such as an evacuation plan.
Normally you would show up to the hearing held by the Board of Adjustments and make that pitch to those people in person, or via letter.
Right. And if you were persuasive, they would include that as a condition of approval. If you weren't,
then it may not be.
And then it may not be. And that's why the deciders. I'm going to stop us now.
Okay.
I'm going to take a break. This is citizen comment period. I'm going to go back and I want to give other people the opportunity. This is the open time to address the Board of Commissioners on any topic. Does not have to be under canvas.
Unless it's in front of us.
Unless it's in front of us today, then we would ask you not to wait till it's the agenda item. So if you wish, unmute yourself, get our attention. I am seeing one unmuted. Is it Angie? I'm seeing Angie. BK, you're unmuted. I don't know if you wanted to speak to the board or not.
Usually when that happens, it pops to the top of my.
Yeah, mine too.
I'm going to take that as a no.
You know who these gentlemen are, and they're not looking to make public comment.
Probably, I should acknowledge that though. This is public comment. I think you're here for the bid opening, likely later. So.
But you want to make some public.
Yeah, it's public comment for the next 9 minutes. So.
So what was the topic?
Whatever you want. It's like open mic time with the Board of Commissioners. Okay, we are in public comment period. I'm assuming though, you're probably here for the bid opening.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
He looks like a bid opening kind of guy.
No, we don't want to make assumptions.
Well, we've had
Maybe a citizen with a burning
we've had
issue.
One citizen come in, I think, since we started this thing.
I know. What was that? Oh, there's a chat.
Cheating,
No.
inside jokes.
Reminiscing from the other day.
Yeah.
If we were reminiscing, I'd be sitting in a chair over there.
Well, not like, no, talking like childhood.
All right, we'll sign some permits then.
Yep. I will just remind people, if you just joined us, this is citizen comment
Oh,
period.
Mr. Chairman, were you advised by staff that we're gonna try to sign all of our stuff as fast as possible when we're done?
so that we don't miss
Check it
things.
before we leave?
Okay.
Just
I,
what-
he
I didn't
was
know
not
if you informed him.
no.
but I made sure I
So
did.
that's the thing. I do not inform the chairman of anything. He informs me.
Right, I just
There you go.
passed it along.
No,
Some of us had to drive back into town. to speed
I
up.
will not inform the chairman.
Just double check each other if you will.
Yeah. We're pretty good about it, but it's funny how
That's
we
why I
miss
signed
things.
first, so that I have two other people.
To the chat. It's funny, it's usually it's things like stuck together.
Yes, and I try to stagger the sign here. so
Yeah,
there's
because
some-
if they're stacked up, you
Yeah.
flip through them and you don't see them.
Yeah, it's not easy, and you're doing like 3 things at once.
Well, if we all three forget to sign something, that's your fault.
That is
If it's
true.
just one of
That
us,
is,
that
that's
isn't
an
your
accurate
fault.
statement.
I like that.
That is accurate. And you've never signed 3 things before.
Yeah. Yeah, so you never,
Oh, so now
it's
my
never.
It's
been
your
her
fault.
So once in a while, a department will accidentally leave office sticker too.
Yeah.
And then I'll
Some
find
there-
it.
There's so many places to sign on some of those contracts.
But if you do have the permit ones done, we can give those to Public Works.
Oh, these can.
Well, you would have to wait on the chairman for that.
Yeah, I haven't done that.
Because I pushed those over to him and then he.
Oh, that's true. We are, I think, but we are at citizen comment. I assume
Well, we got a
everybody's
whole work of
for.
people. We have plenty of chairs if you guys want a chair over.
Yeah, you can. For bid opening.
Take one out.
Right now.
Still in citizen comment, if anybody out there got 5 minutes.
Ooh.
Did I miss one already? Tell me there wasn't a sticky on there though.
No, oh, there wasn't actually,
Uh-huh.
but
There was,
Jake pulled it off just to make me miss it.
after he signed it.
just trying to make you look.
I feel like a shoe fund should grow from this signature.
I have enough shoes, thanks.
Coffee fund.
Coffee fund.
You need a coffee fund, I'll just pay for that.
That's a good trick. I'll start doing that. I'll pull the sticky note off for how I sign.
You did it.
Oh,
You
I
did
have
it.
so many. My fund will be big.
Yeah.
Well, we never designated who gets the fund. You just said it
Oh,
was a
no,
shoe
I get the
fund.
fund.
She just said it was a shoe fund. We might give it to Lee.
Lee and I will split it.
Negotiation.
Okay, we are still in citizen comment for 3 more minutes. If there's anybody online that's wishes to comment to the board.
Or donate to the shoe fund.
Or donate to the shoe fund. That's true.
Or a printer, by the way, Amy.
Oh,
Everybody's like that?
because I printed it double-sided and then I chopped the wrong side. I was trying to save paper.
Oh, good job. Saving paper. Good answer.
It'll fit on one page.
I did, but then I couldn't read it because of the
I think it just, instead of moving it to the left, it was centered.
Yeah, that's fine.
That was the only issue there.
Yes. Your afternoon is this.
I'd have to go back to the lighter blue paper.
Yes, because we're out. I was gonna grab some tonight.
I just had to push that after you said you didn't make the mistake on the sign.
Yeah.
So I had to-
Or you make a ton of other mistakes, just not.
Actually, these can start with Jake when we're done with them, if he wants them.
All in 2 minutes.
Mhm.
Yep, last chance, 1 minute. No, don't want to comment? We'll buy a lottery ticket today.
We had open time.
I know.
All the fun out of life.
I might.
I'm kind of surprised a few names have never commented. I figured they'd have some comments or questions at some point, but never do. I have a public comment question for Gordy since we're not killing any other time. You had the barrel races as June 25th and July 16th. Both those are Fridays.
Yeah.
Is that right?
You really are doing it
Barrel
on
races
Friday?
Fridays?
Yeah.
Okay.
Interesting.
Oh, and look at the time. So the time is now 1:30, a time we've set aside for public hearings, public meetings, and bid openings. Our first order of business is a bid opening. This will be for the Roosevelt grade overlay CRP 362 to provide for the improvement of 5 miles of the Roosevelt grade road by planning, by, I'm assuming, placing bituminous pavement, installing an HMA pre-level, an HMA wearing course, pavement marking signs, guardrails, and other work all in accordance with contract provisions and the standard specifications. The approximate project cost is estimated between 2.5 million and I'm assuming 4. Our thing says 400 million. That seems like that's quite a, especially for you bidders. Apparently there was a really high ceiling on this project.
Nobody better come in at 399 million.
There, no. Okay. We'll start. Looks like we have some bids.
All right. We have Granite Construction Company from Vancouver, Washington. Dum number 1 has been acknowledged. Bid on sheet 3. The bid bond is present. 2, we have a total bid of $2,715,715. Next up, we have a bid from Central Washington Asphalt from Moses Lake, Washington. The addendum number 1 has been acknowledged. The bond is present. And the bid is $2,963,000 from Central Washington Asphalt.
we have a bid from Inland Asphalt Company from Richland, Washington. Richland. Say addendum number 1, it just says a signature page. Bond is present. Do you have that addendum number 1? I just want to see if it's the same thing. It just looks like the signature page with no addendum.
You want the last one, for example?
On the very top.
It just needs to have a number 1 on that signature page. About halfway through, there's some blank spaces.
Oh, yep.
As long as
Okay,
the one-
it is correct. The other ones are turned down. All right, the bid is $3,480,000, $3,480,390.50. Chairman, I would make a motion that we remand these bids to the Public Works Department.
Second.
Second motion.
Okay, motion is second to send these back to Public Works for review and a recommendation. All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye, motion passed. And for the record, the final engineer's estimate was $2,812,720. Slightly less than 400.
I missed the comma.
Yeah.
And 0.
Okay, our next order of business is another bid opening. This is for the Darland Drive overlay, CRP 361, to provide for the improvement of 0.06 miles of West Darland Drive, 0.11 miles of Horseshoe Bend Road, and 0.03 miles of Wing Road, 0.06 miles of Wing, the road, the Y, by placing bituminous pavement, removal of existing BST surface, preparation of road surface, installing an HMA pre-level and an HMA wearing course, pavement marking, signs, and all other work in accordance with contract provisions and standard specifications. The approximate cost is between $650,000 and $1.1 million.
All right, and we have an engineer estimate of $902,350. Our first bidder is Granite Construction Company from Vancouver, Washington. Addendum number 1 is bid bond is present. And the total bid is $686,656.25.
Could you repeat that, please?
Yes, sir. $686,656.25. Next up, we have Central Paving out of Ellensburg, Washington. The addendum is acknowledged. The bid bond is present. We have a total bid of $671,535.45. Last up, we have Central Washington Asphalt out of Moses Lake, Washington. Addendum number 1 is acknowledged. Bond is present. And we have a total cost of $569,000 on the dot. Chairman, I would make a motion to send these bids back to the Public Works Department for a review and recommendation.
Second,
I will second the motion.
the motion and a second to return these bids to Public Works for a review and recommendation. Any discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye, motion passed.
Well, that was way below the engineer's estimate.
Yeah.
Make sure.
That brings us to a department update. Public Health Director Aaron Quinn, department update. Let's see. Oh, you were behind the post. I was looking for you on the screen.
No, I drove over today.
Okay.
David asked me to make sure these were printed in color.
Yeah. Oh.
Color.
He knows me, my affinity with crayons.
I was gonna print them in black and white, but they're in color, so they'll be confusing.
Yeah. I can say that again.
Yeah, so since I just did that, I'll start with environmental health. So he just really wanted to demonstrate that they've about threefold business-wise this year, busyness with their on-site review. They felt like it was slowing down just a little bit this month as compared to last month, but they continue to be pretty busy. So just wanted to demonstrate that. And then the Skamania County, we still have a contract with Skamania County to do we share a person. We do their environmental health over there. We are working to have a meeting with their new director, and we'll look at how we're doing business with them as far as environmental health and do a food program review, because we have been managing their, pre-COVID, we were managing their food program over there. So we'll go over all that stuff, but that's kind of where we're at with environmental health for those ones. I think we've already talked at the last Board of Health. We got a lot of water lab upgrades, so we've over doubled our capacity to be able to process waters. For the water lab, they're getting ready to do mosquito trapping and surveillance, so that program will run June to August.
Where do they do that at? Is that only west side, or they do it over here too?
They'll do it anywhere that's identified. I think their first site they're looking at is in Trout Lake. They had asked for some, I want to say Bickleton, I could be very wrong, but they do have a site on the east side that they're kind of looking at. So Historically, when they've done it, they'll kind of rotate through the county. So just if someone has an area where they feel like there's a lot of mosquitoes, if they let us know, we can definitely do some surveillance there. In the past, we've had cases of West Nile on the east side, so that will definitely at some point through that time period, they will focus on that. We got our air quality monitors are now set up in Trout Lake and Bickleton are completely done. Glenwood is gonna get set up to Thursday. We're working on getting the Dallasport location set up. So if you go to the Purple Air website, you will be able to see the air quality in all those locations from the grant that we got to have those air quality monitors. So we are still waiting to get them set up in the White Haven and Goldendale areas, but the outlying areas they're taken care of. So they're continuing to, the environmental health team is continuing to work with SmartGov. They're working on being able to do online payments, do your permitting applications online. They're putting a lot of work into that. We are struggling with some customer service from the SmartGov side of things. I don't want to put words in anyone's mouth, but my impression is that building and planning are also having comparable customer service concerns. So at some point, I think we're going to have a talk about whether or not we continue with them. We're trying to maximize the functionality. We're just not getting them supporting us in doing that. So that's I have a huge email chain just to get a contact for who's the contract manager so that I can say we're not getting the customer service. It took about a month for me to get that info. So it's the concern for us.
Alternative is changing companies, I'm assuming.
Yeah. And I have no idea what that looks like, but I know I've heard snippets of conversations.
Sounds like you'll let us know.
I will. So they put a lot of work into it. So I'm kind of hoping we can just kind of figure it out, but it's not looking encouraging, at least today.
Is this a relatively recent fall off in customer support?
No, we had actually asked for, I think you guys signed off on a training contract that we'd gotten some funding for in January. And they still haven't done the training with us.
Oh.
They're supposed to do it, I think, tomorrow, but there's been some challenges there too. So trying to improve our customer service to the community. SmartGov isn't supporting us to support them. So that's kind of a red flag for us. So we'll keep an eye on that and see how that looks. For our clinical health program, we received a perinatal grant for mental health. There's no one that does mental health for perinatal women on this side of the river. So it's in collaboration with OHSU. There's a graduate student at OHSU who actually wrote the grant in partnership with us. It's about $20,000. So they're gonna do some just kind of community sensing, like see where the biggest need is in the county and work. Part of the program is working to encourage peer support of other parents and some support groups in that. So that's it was a very well-written grant. I had nothing to do with it other than proofreading it. It's going to be a really good program. So I think they'll work with Swatch at some point on looking at what continuity looks like for that. So WIC's continuing to do all of their patient engagements or client engagements remotely. Family planning is just rolling right along. The other thing we're looking into is it's called a navigator position. So we'll do a contract with CMAR. That will allow us to, anyone that's identified when they come into our office for clinical services that doesn't have insurance, they'll be assisted in finding or signing up for insurance, which ultimately will be a huge win for them, but it will actually increase our revenue base as they're accessing our services. So rather than potentially writing services off for charity care, we would be able to get that money through insurance if we assisted them in setting that up. So we're going to do a trial pilot for that. It'll run from whenever we get the contract until February, I think is what I said that we would see, and see kind of what our return on investment and if it's a program worth continuing for sure, because we will not get specific funding for this. So this is kind of a community service. We do have a pot of money that will cover that, but we just need to see what that looks like long term. So we are out 2 nurses right now. We have a new nurse, Athena Miller, is going to start with us full-time July 1st. She's been working for us the last year she works on the weekends. She has all the COVID cases on the weekends. So she'll start the 1st of July. And then we hired a nursing student from Columbia Gorge Community College. She'll start June 16th and take over the weekend work that Athena's been doing. So we'll have that coverage until at least December. And then as far as COVID goes, we continue to see an increase in cases while everyone else is kind of seeing a decrease. We're up to 923 cases. May was the 3rd busiest month of the last 15. We had 90 cases last month. 70 of about 110 of those have been in Goldendale. So we're just, we're continuing to see spread. We're continuing to see really high spread in family units. So in households. So you get one person in a household, we're seeing it be more infectious than we've seen before. So you get one person in a household, everybody is getting it, where before it was kind of maybe more a little hit and miss. You might have one person, but not necessarily the entire household. So
are you finding cases where half the household is vaccinated and half isn't?
We are, yeah, because a lot of parents, this group has been a lot younger, and a lot of parents have been vaccinated and children are not. So yes, we are. County-wise, we've given 20,000 vaccines so far to date. That means we have about 42% of our population is vaccinated. 47% have initiated, and that's for anyone 16 and over. So the state average is about 55. So we definitely have some work to do. I think we're going to see a lot more once they transition from the emergency use authorization to FDA approval. I think that will help draw a lot more people in.
Is there a timeline when that's predicted to happen?
I don't know off the top of, I hear lots of dates, but I think most of the ones I've been tracking have passed, so I don't want to, I'm not entirely sure on that one. We've been having some challenges getting some really good data out of the state. They've made it very challenging for us to get. I really wanted to dial into zip code type statistics, see if it's an access issue, if we need to keep going out to communities, kind of where our gaps are. And there's been just a lot of hurdles with getting that data, which should be unfortunately super easy to get. And so we're continuing to work through those because we had a nonprofit group that was going to help us do the deep dive, but they can't get access to this data either. So that's one of our stalling points right now. That's been very frustrating. We are with the same nonprofit group. We are looking at mobile testing program feasibility. So what it would look like to just do random testing out of the health department up to the state. We have not done any testing at all. We've identified quite a few instances where individuals who don't have insurance or access could have been served better. And so the nurses are going to look into starting that potentially in July as an option for those who maybe don't have a healthcare provider, who have access issues getting into a healthcare provider, that we could just offer that. So our online scheduling tool seems to be working really well. We're just not seeing a lot of interest in the vaccine right now, but people are getting online and signing up for vaccines, and that's been really well received. So otherwise, we're anticipating the governor making an announcement sometime by the end of the month as to what the rest of the summer is going to look like. There's rumors that say he's going to open the state. What that looks like, we have absolutely no idea. Like there's
not sharing,
nothing. Nope, nothing.
When he talked about opening the state in July, did he have a percentage we were supposed to hit?
I think kind of the pie in the sky is 70%, but as a state, Washington's pretty close to that. So there's rumors that he may do it before the end of the month, that he may open things up. But again, what opening the state means, there's been no.
As long as he doesn't start talking about opening by county.
Yes, because if he did that by vaccination rate, we would be not in a good place.
Never.
Unfortunately.
Just close it down.
Yes. So hopefully this one time we're judged off King County. That's just this one. Anyway, I'm still, without any knowledge that this is for sure going to be a thing, we're still planning as if we will be giving boosters in the fall, because I think we're remiss if we don't plan for that. I'd rather be a little over prepared on that one. I hope I'm wrong. I hope we don't all have to do boosters, but if we're working on what that will look like. So otherwise, pending your questions, that's all I have.
Okay.
Have we done any variant testing to find out, with this last big surge up here in Goldendale, are we looking at a different variant?
So we sent 2 samples for variant testing. So the variant testing is a very unusual, there's some weird rules and laws about variant testing. So labs just send random samples up for variant testing. So any sample that runs through a commercial lab in this county, here and there, they'll pull some and they'll send them. I personally sent 2 up. If they come back and say there's a variant, we will not know whose it was, what part of the county it came from, nothing.
Sounds
They
very
will
useful.
just, yes, much like most of the rest of what they do for us. So we just won't know. So we'll be able, I will be able to say, yes, we've identified a variant in this county if they call me and say that, but I will not be able to tell you anything else. And not because I am not telling you, because I won't have that information to tell you. So
if they're not gonna give us that kind of information, what makes us think that we'll ever get the information to work with that nonprofit?
because that's surveillance data that's associated with patient information, other data. There's no reason why they can't. They're essentially doing the same thing with the vaccine data. So it's just your zip code. They have to take the identifiers off of it, which is what they're doing with this. They're just saying your county has a variant. It's been identified. The other counties, their surrounding counties, I don't know that Scabinia has, Yakima has, Benton Franklin has, they've had variants identified. I'd be shocked if we didn't have one, to be perfectly honest. We've just, from the kind of changes in case presentations we've seen, just a little different than we'd seen before, but I don't have the actual lab phone call to back me up on that. So,
Seems like they could do it by, again, zip code. So it's still, because I understand, I guess, that you didn't know specific, oh, it was Mr. X over here, but it would be nice to know if is it in this community or is it in over here, or over there, or so that you can watch for it, so I can understand protecting people's privacy, but not at the community level. Like, it's like, well, it's unless it was, Centerville versus Goldendale or White Salmon, where it's such a small population that you could figure it out from, like, oh, I know who that is.
yeah. Well, there was a very contentious phone call with the state and the health officers.
Are they all contentious?
Yeah, at this point, most of them. Because they felt like that was information we should have, and it was just a no.
No. Okay, I guess we get what they give us.
Yes, unfortunately.
So thank you. Can I have another?
Any other questions for the health director?
Sounds good. Such great, good news.
Well, it was mostly good.
Except with the,
We're
doing okay.
Yeah, we're doing okay.
We're doing okay.
We're doing okay.
Honestly,
42 is not a
I'm
big
happy with
number.
where we're at. Our case rates are a little bit high right now, but I think we're already starting to see go back down. I think our vaccine rate for this county specifically, I'd like to see improve. I have plans for working on improving that, but I think we're in a
Do
good
you
place.
have an educated guess yourself, willing to go on the record, I guess I'd say, is what you think we're gonna max out on
For
percentage wise for vaccine?
I don't
Just based
know.
on your personal opinion of the county.
Originally, I'd really, my goal was 50%, and we're actually really close to that. So I feel really good about
See,
that.
I was thinking it'd be higher than that. I figured 55, 58.
That wasn't my impression, but now that we're almost there, then I'm gonna probably go for at least 65, I think, is the next. So, but I think I've read some things, a lot of people are hesitant because of the, emergency use versus the FDA. There's people that want it to be on the market or not on the market, but
Right.
available for, it's been a year. We're still seeing people trickle in because they want to travel, and now it's required for wherever they're traveling to. They want to go see grandkids. They want to go see. So I think we're just going to have a really slow roll.
I think the thought of boosters might slow people down too. Bad enough to take the shot, now you gotta do it once a year kind of thing.
Well, I mean, it's the same as the flu, but
For myself.
I know nobody wants boosters, but no, I'm hopeful we can get up to at least 60-65%, but I originally was really hoping for 50%, so that's part of why I'm just really happy with where we're at, just based on my experience with vaccines in this county.
All right,
All right,
Thank you,
thank
ma'am.
you. I will see you all
later.
later.
Kavanaugh is online.
Oh, he is.
Online.
Oh, if you wanted to add something.
No,
He's
he's
gonna
got
do
the water.
Oh, okay, okay. Of course he is. Okay, so let's go ahead and do that.
Yes.
Quinn's here, we might as well just do it all.
Yeah. Okay.
Kavanaugh, are you there?
Yep, can you guys hear me?
Yes, you're good.
Aaron, you gonna stay for this?
Okay, thank you. So we're gonna, I guess, initiate or continue the discussion on development, permitting water in the Glenwood Valley on the reservation, and what potential impacts the court ruling that is on the reservation would have on. I am kind of curious about both the municipal supply there, the PUD supply, how many connections, their ability to expand, what that would look like if they could. I'm assuming they would have to go through a process with the tribal folks potentially. And then what about permit exempt wells, and then the meeting our requirements for building permits as far as when we sign off on water supply. If permit exempt wells have to go through basically a tribal permitting process, my understanding is that they don't grant long-term, they're basically like licenses year to year.
You're on 10 years.
Well, 10 years might be something to consider, but as far as if that met the sufficiency of for the RCW.
Well,
I
know
know
Jake-
a bunch of stuff there. Go ahead.
yeah, there's a lot to unravel there, but I think Jake might know a little more about the rules from the tribal end after his email and interaction with them regarding trust and non-trust land and how they review their proof of potable water. It does put a pretty good hindrance on our end, because if we're going to approve any type of use of potable water in that area, it sounds like we have to have the blessing of the tribe in certain areas. And depending on if it's trust land or non-trust land, I guess depends on what type of, I guess, lease on the water you get, since it's not like granted indefinitely once you put it to beneficial use, it sounds like. So I don't know if Jake wants to comment on a little more of those details in regards to how the tribe views that water.
So from there, what I have is they'll give you a well permit that is a temporary permit that will expire in 10 years from the date of issuance. If this permit is not acted upon within 1 year of issuance, the date will be considered canceled. From what I've seen on it, they will tell you how deep the minimum you have to drill. And this is for the Yakima Basin. So drilling deep has a bunch of good ideas and reasons why. But then it also tells you that it's only for domestic use on a certain individual parcel. You're required to have an instantaneous and totalizing flow meter. And then allowed up to a 0.5 acre lawn and garden and a maximum of 800 gallons a day. Granted amount of water use of 10 to 15 gallons per minute. a maximum instantaneous. So that is what I got from the Yakima County. And so that's a class 4 domestic well permit,
You said it only allows 8 gallons a day?
800 gallons a day. Yeah, that'd be pretty tough.
Yeah.
So the question I still have is, number one, will the tribe issue a water permit within the lands within Tract D? We have not got an answer from the tribe on that. We still need to. Dave, have you reached out to the tribe at all?
Not yet.
Yeah. So I think that's kind of where we need to go from here is which way do we need to, should we reach out? How would we like to go about it? And then what do we do if they say, no, we're not going to issue any permits in the Glenwood Valley?
Then you do.
That's basically a building moratorium is, I mean, from a practical standpoint, for folks that don't already have existing access to water.
Right, but it's like, if that's what they say, what's your ramifications?
Well,
Either, you know.
Well, none of it good. So
Right.
let's
Worry about that when it gets there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So
We'd also, sorry, we probably also want to get involved with PUD to see if they've had any discussions with them. Because they operate, of course, the Glenwood water system. And then it kind of, it doesn't just involve water, you know, are they going to be continuing into other programs like wastewater or food or some of those other environmental programs that we already have oversight on. So I think it's a part of a grander discussion that we may need to have for that area.
So probably what we need to do then, Dave, is get you in contact with Yakima County Health Department, environmental health, to see how they're handling all that other stuff as well. And whether, you know, for each, but either way, we need to talk to the tribe and then we need to start coming up with internal policies to deal with this when we get an application so that we know what to tell the public when they call. The last I heard with the water system up there, the PUD, they had 11 connections left that they could give, and 10
Or
of them,
some were already spoken
10
for.
of them were spoken for, and they've got some water leaks in their system that they've got to try to track down and figure out what's going on there. And then the next question is would health ever renew their water system plan to give them any more connections, even if they have the wet water as well as the, you know, there's just a lot of things to jump through on that.
Okay. Well, I'll reach out to my counterparts in Yakima County, and then do you have a good kind of liaison to talk to with the tribe regarding the environmental health end?
Yeah.
Okay.
He's working on that.
Perfect.
As I looked over that material, it looks like those permits are only for single domestic and won't work with group domestic. So it'd also be interesting to see how they're handling group, you know, group water systems.
Yeah.
Where did you, I didn't get that. Can you forward that to me?
Yep.
I was just looking to make sure it was something I didn't read. It's like, no. I usually do my homework, so.
Yeah, if I receive the homework.
Yeah. Before my dog eats it, so. Okay. That's, yeah.
Mr. Kavanaugh, when do you think you're going to be ready to discuss trucked potable water?
I do believe we wanted to do that in, was it next week or the following week, I believe?
It's the
is
weekend.
when we're getting closer to that.
Agenda. I'll double check on that
Okay,
one.
thank you.
Yep.
All right. We'll have that.
Okay, thank you. That's good. I'd be curious, talking with the building department, like what have we permitted lately?
I saw Lynn was on earlier. Lynn, are you there?
Working?
Yeah, Lynn's there.
Lynn Ward?
Can you hear me?
Yes. Go ahead.
Okay, there we are.
Yes.
I would have to look to see how many we've done in Glenwood lately. We have done a few, but not a lot. But what we're doing is if they apply, we're going through the typical process as we would for any permit until we hear otherwise.
Right. I mean, ultimately, I guess the water availability, the health department's the one that signs off on that anyway. So.
Right.
I guess I would say I have just a major worry if somebody goes up here and goes, oh, it's beautiful, let's buy this piece of land and build and invest their money not knowing that they may or may not get a well anytime soon. And I wish there was some way that we could notify them or advise them that there may be issues.
I think the big thing is we need to talk both with staff at the tribe as well as the, decision makers. So
right.
That would be the head of the ag, is it the Ag and Water Committee?
Yeah. Okay.
Might be the first step into our.
You want a number from me for Glenwood area?
Sure.
Okay, I'll get that put together.
Must be the first step in
All right.
our
Thanks, Lynn.
relationship.
You're welcome.
Yeah. Well, that's why it's going to be good to communicate.
Yeah, but when you're building a working relationship, it always works out best if you're the first person to give and not make them be the first person to give.
Pretty hard.
I know.
George Salam for Roads, Irrigation and Land Committee, but
Okay.
I don't know what else it would be.
Okay. Well, I guess we will circle back once we have a little more information. And I guess for the time being, it's just.
Know that there's always truck water.
Yes. May drive that conversation. Yeah. It's like it's now become a bigger problem because, yeah.
Unless you want to put a building moratorium because you don't want to allow them to build where they're building.
Well, it's not going to be you have to have proof of the water or you can't, it's in the RCW. And so it's like, if you are unable to, if you can't get access to existing water and you can't get a drill permit, you don't have a water supply, we can't issue a permit.
Based on what we classify as pond water. Because we can say truck water is pond water.
Yeah.
And sign them up to be a purier and options are there.
Yes. Okay, well, I think
All right.
we've dealt as much as we can with that. Okay, we will move now into the add-on, independent contract with Goldendale Chamber of Commerce.
I'll go with that one.
Do you want to speak to that at all, or no?
And I think the board approved a
Thank you,
resolution
Aaron.
authorizing the negotiated contract. And
This is.
apologize, I didn't make a deadline on that.
Did the golf course
That's my
die?
turn.
Not yet. I sent an inquiry to the prosecutor and still.
Yeah, I
to
need more information on that one if it
Yeah.
goes, but.
Yeah, and I still need to, I talked with Brenda last week.
Are you out of the loop on something?
I must be.
Did I find something that you were out of the loop on?
It's possible. You want to make a big deal about it? Go ahead. Yeah, you gonna say what it is?
No, there was.
Filling your role,
there
are
was
you?
a funding request from the golf course for tourism dollars.
Oh.
But they're not
No.
a 501c3,
Oh,
so
no, I
we
didn't know
have to fish around and would need legal opinion on whether they qualify, and so that's what he's talking about. They're
Oh,
information on that?
No, that's good enough for me.
Mr. Chairman, I make a motion that we approve the independent contractors agreement between the Goldendale Chamber of Commerce and Klickitat County National Resources Economic Development Department for the purpose of promoting tourism in Klickitat County after receiving the proposals submitted by the Greater Goldendale Chamber of Commerce. Will conduct tourism promotion activities specified in the scope of work. The proposed agreement is a cost reimbursement type contract with a not to exceed budget of $66,500. The start date of the agreement is January 1st, 2021 to December 31st, 2021.
I will second the motion.
Okay, I have a motion and a second. Any discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor say aye.
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 Aye, motion
Motion to get
passed.
that website going.
Thank you.
Pay the bill.
You want to do the pay estimate first?
Sure.
Make a motion that we approve pay estimate number 7 to Justice System Corp. in the amount of $2,003.37, including sales tax at 7.5%, which is $150.25, and excluding retainage in the amount of $100.17, for the total payment amount of $2,053.45 for the Klickitat County Jail Control Board Upgrade 2020 C28420.
Second the motion.
Okay. Motion and a second for the pay estimate number 7 to Justice System Court. Any discussion? There being none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye, motion passed.
Want to pay the rest of the bills?
Yes.
Mr. Chairman, I make a motion, we accept the accounts payable warrants in the amount of $101,583.38 and the payroll benefit warrants in the amount of $0 for the date ending June 7th, 2021.
I will second the motion.
Okay, motion and a second to pay the bills. Any discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye, motion passed. Oh, that's good news. May garbage numbers are up 113,000 tons. That's good.
I'm gonna go email Pam.
1,000 tons.
No.
Oh, yeah.
That can't be right.
Mr. Chairman, I will make a motion to approve the
That would be.
consent agenda with 7 items.
I will second the motion.
Okay, I have a motion and a second on the consent agenda. Any discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye, motion passed. We passed consent. What's that? Oh, there's Hannah right there.
Walking up.
Yeah, she's, I think she's out there. She can come in if she's somebody. Oh, well, we'll give her a minute while we're signing.
Yeah, if I mess up, then I'll miss one.
Yeah.
I don't want
You'd
to
be
have to buy
guilty.
you somebody in your shoes, then they'll need to
Reporting
figure
in a
it out.
Or shoot.
I'm just kidding.
This is exciting.
I can't say that you guys even agreed to it, but just the fact that you repeated it back to me.
Yeah,
means that you're
it
thinking
seems
about
like
it.
you're thinking about it.
Yeah, so it's just
That's
a,
good.
just a foot in the door is all we're going for.
That's good. Hey, Hannah, nice to see
You
you.
as well.
Those are all done. They can be passed around.
Okay, give those to Ibby. She can check our work. That one's all done.
Always get the most emails during our meeting. Any day during the week, it's always Tuesdays.
Well, they know where you are.
It's also usually when people try to call.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, the phone's just, yeah.
Just because we always tell them, they'll be in on Tuesday, they'll be in on Tuesday.
Yeah.
You will.
What time are we supposed to be?
We're actually running a little ahead if folks, I mean, if you want a little more time, you can have it. We're running a little ahead. We can take you whenever we can sign papers.
I'm happy to go now.
Okay, good.
Yeah.
Yeah. Sometimes I'm still completing my homework. No, they told me 3:15 and I'll be ready.
Right. I'll just sit here patiently until.
Yeah. Okay.
So we have never met, so I'm hoping you can start off by telling me what you do, how many employees you have, what they do. Give me a little background on it.
Sure. Gosh, I'd love to give a full presentation about this. I don't know that, but let me give you a sneak peek about kind of some stuff. If I would have known that I'd had an opportunity to do that, I would have brought all kinds of nice glossies to showcase the impacts and
he does like color.
and all the deliverables of this last year. I'm very, very proud of them. So I'm Hannah Brous. I am the WSU Extension Director for Klickitat and also Skamania counties. So the way that agreement works between the counties is that my appointment is 80% to Klickitat County and 20% to Skamania County.
So we pay 80% of your wage and they pay 20?
Not exactly. There is an MOA between the county and WSU Extension that pays a portion.
Okay. So WSU actually pays some.
Yes, absolutely they do. Yep. And so my paycheck actually comes from WSU. Whereas my employees in this county are county employees. In Skamania County, they are WSU employees. And then I also hire people on grant funds, and those grant funded employees are WSU employees. So it gets a little convoluted.
You're not even our employee, you're saying you're WSU employee.
I am a WSU
your
employee.
Staff that's in here are our employees.
Yes, and so within this county, I'm considered a county department head. So WSU is a department within Klickitat County. I am the department head, but through the MOA, you provide salary support for my position.
Okay. Confusing, didn't know that, but now.
Yeah.
That's the whole point.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. So as you may be aware, there's extension in all 39 counties within the state of Washington. And I have been working out of Annex 1, was moved to the fairgrounds. And then I'm hoping that once the construction is done on the new building, I'm hoping to be one of the first people in our new home, as we were one of the first to have to transition into a temporary home. But that's actually working out pretty well. Gordy and his team did a great job of setting us up out at the fairgrounds with everything that we're needing. And then
is us?
Great, that's a great question. So I have a 4-H coordinator who's a full-time employee. Previously, there was an office manager that was shared between WSU Extension and the Noxious Weed Department. Now, that position served us very well because we had full-time coverage. So that meant anytime somebody walked into the WSU Extension office, whether it was a 4-H leader, a community member, somebody wanting ID on plant or insects or help with canning or just any of the many things that people just walk into the extension office and want some help or some assistance on, some science-based, peer-reviewed material, there was somebody there. Any phone call that might come through, like I said, the walk-ins in particular were really valuable to us. What has happened now is that that position had been split. And so now I am left with a part-time position that I've been trying to hire for, which I'll get to here in a minute. The really unfortunate part is that in the new building, we have, as everybody does, limited space. And so it's unfortunate because we don't really have room for 2 office admins in our WSU Extension area where we've taken on noxious weed only because we had a shared office manager. So we're going to do the best we can. I've given up our reference library, which was important to us to try to house them in the best possible place with the most space. So we're doing the best we can with that. Now, previously, when that split happened, the commissioners, I had shared with them, having the WSU office always open had been a priority previously that we wouldn't be able to manage without having a full-time person in that position. So the goal, my goal, and a shared goal previously of the board was for that position to eventually become a full-time again. But at this time, I was asked to hire for 0.6. Now, from time to time in that office space, I also have a number of employees like AmeriCorps volunteers And actually, they're not volunteers. It's an appointed position for 1 year. They are paid minimally. Right now, I have somebody hired on a suicide and mental health grant, specifically to work in the agriculture sector. As you may know, agriculturalists, farmers, ranchers are 3 to 4 times more likely to commit suicide. And unfortunately, folks working in mental health, and I'm working closely with Washington State Department of Health, are really concerned about what's going to happen when the loans that have been given some forbearance on farms and ranches, when those come due when we get out of the pandemic. So already knowing that it's a high-risk group, and also seeing that these loans are going to come due very, very soon. We're working really hard to try to provide extra resources, make people aware of what those resources are, across the state where they can find help. So this is a new hire, but that person will also work out of the WSU Extension office once we are allowed to be working in person again. And WSU as a university has set a target date of mid-July when they're hoping to be able to say, these are our protocols. You can be able to
So
public again.
because you're WSU, you don't necessarily follow our county protocol.
And it's a combination that falls on me to try to come up with the best of both worlds. So right now we have our 4-H coordinator who is at the fairgrounds to make sure that if somebody wants to have access to any of the material that's out there, there is somebody who can help provide those services. They just need to make an appointment or call ahead of time, but it hasn't been open to the public to just walk in. That also was the case because of the housing for those that might need to quarantine on the fairgrounds. So that the fairgrounds themselves just weren't open to the public to just drive in at that time either through the pandemic.
So where is the rest of your staff working from if they're not working at the fairground?
Yeah, so I have an office in the Pioneer Center, and it was a conference room previously, and so I happen to live in White Salmon, and so that has been wonderful to be able to have those 2 productive hours a day back. And so when I first took over that conference room, I worked with the health department and all the other departments, like, are you ever missing this as a conference room? Like, is there ever times where you wish you could book it and can't? And if so, please let me know. And actually, that has never been an issue, that there wasn't a different conference room at the Pioneer Center that they could utilize. So I work a lot.
I would confirm that.
Yeah.
I missed that conference room.
Oh, man.
But it wasn't, it was my favorite.
Yeah.
But it isn't, I've never not had one available.
Absolutely. Yeah. So that's been wonderful.
Once WSU opens, you plan on coming back, or you still plan on working out of that office?
The Pioneer Center is a county building, right? So that's where I'm going to work out predominantly. That's where I work. I also work in Stevenson at the Hagewell Center, and I also work up in Goldendale. So if there's any reason for me to be in Goldendale, I absolutely will make that a priority. That might look like staff training, staff meetings. That might look like, meeting with members of the community, or just that, like, wherever my field work that day might be. For example, we have a field day coming up with wheat variety trials out of Bickleton. So on a day like that, my home office would the closest one to where I'll be conducting field work will be in Goldendale. If there's any type of special meetings, a special fair board meeting that I need to attend, something like that, then I would be in Goldendale.
So since you've had, it hasn't been just anybody can come in out there, but somebody can come in.
Yes.
How many appointments have you had over the last few months?
That's a good question. I could definitely check with Abby Brandt, our office manager, who's the one who's been out there predominantly. The majority of the people who are coming in are people who are prepping for fair, turning in all of the animal health certificates, all of the fair material that they need to in order to qualify to participate. We also do a tremendous amount of programming that has been done virtually since we couldn't do in person. In my counties, it was not okay to say, well, we can't do in person, I guess we can't do anything. I'm really proud to report that I feel confident in saying that our 2 counties in Klickitat and Skamania County, with the talent of our 4-H coordinators, has been one of the most active regions for 4-H work with youth, and particularly with teens, and making sure that leaders get training to be able to be successful with meetings virtually. But knowing that so many kids are like glued to screens right now with everything being virtual, one of the things that we're doing is also activity kits and boxes. So through grant funding, which we really work hard to secure as much grant funding to augment our county budget as possible, through grant funding, we've been able to provide a tremendous amount of opportunities for kids to participate with the the hands-on boxes that they're picking up, but we know that they're coming ahead of time. So I can get exact numbers to you, but people are coming, but they let us know they're coming ahead of time.
Question, does WSU Extension do like farm calls if somebody moves here and wants to get somebody out to walk their property and point out weeds or tell them what they can do to
Yeah.
fence off a creek or anything? They don't do
No,
part of
no,
that?
at this point, we don't. We're way too understaffed for anything like that. You know, at one time, we had very robust staffing in extension. You know, we had a full-time extension director doing the administrative component, which I'm doing for 2 counties, and everything that involves, not just at our county level, but for all of WSU's needs as well. And then had, you know, faculty in a number of positions within the county. So, you know, I'm finding records that even show like having 20 employees out of WSU Extension, Klickitat County. We have 1 full-time person now, and that happens to be our 4-H coordinator. So, you know, I'm split very thin. And so my original appointment was in agriculture and natural resources. After getting here, I quickly realized like these counties need so much more from me than agriculture and natural resources. So I actually was successful in changing my academic unit to community leadership and economic development. And that's allowed me to have an even broader umbrella. So I'm still doing the like new beginning farmer education classes, like agricultural entrepreneur classes, programming for, you know, our agriculture centric area, but also allows me to provide leadership in a number of other capacities. So that might look like an early example was 2 years ago around childcare. And it would be very hard to go back and explain to my other faculty who are receiving millions of dollars in potato chemical grants and contracts, why would I be working on childcare? But that was something that the previous commissioners had asked me to be a part of, and to that they felt they would benefit from my leadership on a committee like that. So things like the Gorge, the East Gorge Food Trail, you know, there's just a number of different projects that have come up where somebody needs to do it, and it's nobody's job, but it feels like something that my talents would align themselves to be able to assist the counties. And so it's just been a broader umbrella for me to be able to work on. But we do not have people who will go out and like walk your field. What we do is we say, send me a picture. So you have some kind of insect that you need to have identified. In that case, we send it to an entomologist. You know, if you have questions about water, you know, we think about, is that something that, you know, that our public health, can they help with that? Is that in their wheelhouse, or is that going to be an expert within WSU? And so one of the really cool things about WSU Extension is that although, and it's my goal to be able to hire more people, to be able to have more capacity, and to do a greater job of doing that in-person kind of services that we just don't have the capacity to be able to do currently. One of the great things about it is that we have the resources, the expertise throughout the state, that there's rarely a question that ever would go unanswered because I can't find the right person. So if somebody calls me and says, I just moved here from California, happens all the time, I just bought 20 acres, what can I farm profitably this year? So then I start talking to them about, you know, do you understand what your soil type is? Do you have, you know, do you have water rights? How do I know? You know, so then I'll direct them to the Department of Ecology, is who runs, you know, water. It's not irrigation districts like it is in Oregon. You know, it's the Department of Ecology here. Here's who you need to check in with. Here's good questions to ask. You know, and then from there, I'll direct them to a new beginning farmer education class. And then I teach those classes at least once a year. So I let them know, hey, we'll have this, you know, big emergent experience where local farmers and ranchers, people who are in the beginning, you know, stages, just where you are, can all get together, learn from each other. And then here's some additional resources. And I'm sure you're aware of some of those as well. You know, our conservation district out of Underwood does a fantastic job. And they do have enough staff that they can go out and walk streams and do things like that. You know, if there's noxious weeds, I can direct them to Marty and to his department. But really, when it comes to needing some kind of expertise, even though we might not have the in-house experts at this point, but I'm hoping at some point to be able to build up the FTE positions to have more coverage. What's been wonderful is to be able to learn who those local experts are, or not even local, but who our experts are within the state of Washington. So people get a science-based, accurate, and up-to-date answer on any question that they come to me with. So I would never say, sorry, can't help you. I might say, I'm not the right person to ask, but I know exactly who is. And then I will stay on those email threads and make sure that they get a good answer.
Last question, you mentioned field day out in Bickelton. What are those normally consist of? Who's
Sure.
invited?
Yeah.
Tell me about that.
Yeah, so field days are a great opportunity for growers to learn about all of the new variety trails. So within any of the cereal grain varieties, and this is something that's really particular to our grain growers, but there's all of these different varieties, and the universities, you may be familiar with this, but the universities have breeding programs to be able to develop like the most productive grains in the region. And most of those are actually for our international export markets, which was what most of our grain and cereal producers are actually doing. And so what happens is WSU puts out plots of all the new varieties, and that includes the University of Idaho. It also includes like Lima grain or any of the other like big competitive folks. Everybody gets a plot. But what is so cool about this is that, in our area, we all have relatively, the growers in Bickelton have relatively the same soil type, the same precipitation. So what's growing really well in Bickelton probably isn't what's going to thrive the best in Walla Walla or out of Pullman. And so it allows our local, our local farmers to be able to see what is doing well now here when they go to buy their seeds in the next couple of years. So when I got
how big are the test plots? Typically?
Gosh, probably half the size of this room would be the size of each.
Relatively, I mean,
yeah, but even things
not
like
acres and acres.
No. So you can see them, like you can see them
See
side by
side.
side. Yep. And so we actually, the researchers actually go from each plot and talk about these got really hit hard by wireworms. If you've got wireworms, at your farm, this is probably not the variety that you want, or this needed more water. It's more water than you get in Bickelton.
Are they doing this on WSU land, or are they paying a
No,
farmer?
yeah, they're paying a farmer.
Do this for them out there?
Yep. So they're paying a farmer, and it rotates from farm to farm, but it's kind of a prestigious thing to get to host the trials too. And so when I first got here, our Wheat Growers Association had not been active in 10 years. And so I found that we actually had money that was unclaimed through a government website. It was that, we had money that was just not being accessed. And so we're able to get that money in an active account again, refresh our Grain Growers Association, and be part of the State Crop Improvement Association. So what I am choosing to do is we have the variety trials. After the variety trials happen, then I'll go to the Bluebird Cafe and we share a meal together, and we have some kind of professional development. So for example, the last year we did it was on pH levels in soil, which is a really important subject that is affecting a lot of growers right now. So we had experts that came in and taught our local folks. Another thing in the grain grower world, we have so many breweries in this local area, and they would all love to be able to purchase local barley. So one of the things I had done is brought in somebody whose family was a very traditional cereal grain grower, who had now added a malting barley component in the hopes that maybe we might get some interest in diversifying crops. And that wasn't something that took off, but it's one of those things that being able to show, how much barley could you use? Here's what they're asking, that you have a market guaranteed for it if you're interested in diversifying. And then here's how somebody else has done it. So that wasn't something that actually took off the way that I was hoping it might, but allowing opportunities. Yeah. But I would share with you that with my position within WSU, my eye is to the local area, but oftentimes I'm also working on state level issues. So for example, when the pandemic started, one of the things that happened is we were depopulating animals. And to me, that I'm an animal scientist, is my undergraduate degree. And that was just horrific, that we had so much corruption in our food supply chain. And it was well, what's happening in the state of Washington? And I was successful in writing a $5.5 million grant with the help of Washington State Department of Agriculture. And we were able to statewide be able to fund our custom butcher operations that already had permits existing to be able to enhance their operations. So if you wanted to start, then this grant wasn't for you, but it was to help build capacity. And so that was $250,000 went to our new butcher in Goldendale, and $150,000 to our friends in Trout Lake. So that's something that at a statewide level, I'm helping statewide on these things, but I'm also looking to, what do we need here? And I knew that was a need here because I had done a robust needs assessment when I first got here. I had done some programming with livestock producers. And one of the things they kept telling me is there's no custom butcher or there's no USDA inspected facility. We would scale up if we could, but we can't because we don't have the infrastructure. So keeping that in mind, that there's a local need, I worked at a statewide level to be able to build capacity here locally too. So those are some of the things that I'm doing within my role.
Search the knowledge I'm getting here today. I've got more knowledge in the last half hour than I've got in the last 2 weeks.
Dan, there's so much, there's so much more. There's so much more, you know.
For the record, that's a pretty low ball.
Yeah. But
For the record, he's right.
I have some impact reports that I'd be happy to send because, you know, I know that that's kind of the important thing. Like to me, doing the work that needs doing, that's the most important. But I've also taken the time to put it together in ways that are consumable so that, you know, that stakeholders can feel like they know what that work looks like and what those impacts are. And I think that's really special. This year, I'm actually going up for tenure. And so within the university system, there's kind of a publish or die. And so although publishing isn't particularly important to me, it's extremely important to the university system. So at this point, I'm really proud of the work that I've been doing. You know, I have these fantastic coalitions with multiple different agencies that are working together collectively. And so in the next couple of months, I'm going to be spending a lot of time publishing just to make sure that I can keep the university happy as I'm doing the work that I feel like is really meaningful in the Gorge.
How often do you normally come in and give a presentation like this to the board?
Yeah, you know, I have enjoyed coming in probably about once a year and giving some kind of an update. And that might also include talking about our 4-H programming and what's happening there and highlighting some of those programs. We have loved having a high school student, an intern in the past. We didn't choose to participate this round only because we are anticipating needing to onboard a new office manager and knowing that we really want to give that our full time and attention. But we've loved having a high school intern in that program. And we have gone as far as doing a robust intake of what are your skill levels and been really intentional about making sure that we're helping our high school interns develop the skills in the areas that, you know, that they just don't start that position having. So we are hopeful to participate in that program again in the future. We really appreciate it and we're disappointed not to be able to take advantage of the opportunity this year or this summer.
I pretty much rounded up my questions.
Should we get to the topic again?
Yeah.
All right.
No, that's good. That was excellent.
Yeah,
and get some
right.
base information for folks.
I would always be happy to share more about that, or, you know, even a PowerPoint of programming, or even bring in, you know, or share flyers. Our 4-H coordinator does a great job of putting together a monthly report of all the programs that go out. If that's something that wouldn't clog your emails, but you might like to actually see some of the programming opportunities that are happening, she does a beautiful job with it, and I'd be happy to have that sent as well.
If she's got a monthly thing, I'd be interested in.
Yeah. So. Okay. Well, should that go through Lee, or should I send it directly? What works best?
Doesn't matter. You can send it directly to me if everybody else doesn't want 20 copies.
Okay.
That you can share it with.
Okay.
See it then.
Yeah, sounds
You
good.
can either choose not to see it or see
Right.
it.
I try to be sensitive about like the level
Yeah.
of emails that come through, you know, being in 2 different counties and all the WSU affiliations and statewide teams, you know, I get several hundred a day. And so I'm also
once a month, I'm like, no, go ahead.
Yeah. And so I try to be respectful of other people's inboxes too, as I know how quickly that can happen. So I've shared with you a little bit of back history on the office manager position. And once it was decided, unfortunately, in my opinion, unfortunately, to be split and no longer to continue to have that position be a shared position, it was agreed that it would be a 0.6, which would allow for some benefits. And we were hopeful that that might entice a candidate, you know, knowing that it would be at a 0.6. And I previously had permission to offer that at a grade 37 up to a step 3. So at this point, and we did make a hire initially for that position, and unfortunately, that successful candidate that we did take the time to train, then left for a full-time position elsewhere. And
How
so
long ago was that?
that was many months ago. That was at the end of last year. And so that position has been open all year up until this point. You know, it has been extremely important to us to make a good hire. And to me, a priority was to find somebody who's talented and competent, because we need them to provide support for myself, for the 4-H program, for any of the people that we hire on grant funding, or in the future, if I can convince our commissioners to increase my FTEs with programming, you know, they would provide support for them as well. So, you know, we want somebody who is very competent, but also one of the things that I'm finding after the last 2 hires that we've made is I've had my eye on, you know, wouldn't it be nice if we could find somebody who is already invested and involved in this local community, and that, you know, that people who are coming through or have only been here for a few months, the likelihood that it might grow roots and they might stick, we've been seeing that there's been quite a bit of turnover, and we've seen that in my office. And so I'm excited about the candidate that I've interviewed and is the top candidate. And so in order to get this person hired, what I'm hoping to do is to be able to bring the compensation for this position closer to that of what she has previously held. And I think in this case that it's really justified for a few different reasons. So I'll tell you what I'm hoping to do and then tell you why. So I'm hoping to either move from 37.3 to a 37.7, or to be able to bump it to an office manager 2, which I think is completely warranted. I understand that would have to go through a job classification committee, but either to go to an office manager 2 at a 38, step 5. So that's what I'm hoping to get your permission to do today. And then the things that I wanted to share with you about this particular candidate that I hope can provide some justification for my ask is that this person has been honing these types of diverse job skills for over 15 years. Because this position has not been filled this year, I wouldn't have to ask for a supplemental budget to increase the pay. So the WSU budget would not change this year. We have the salary accrual from not having paid in this position to be able to cover, any addition this year.
But for next year, there would be a budget.
Next year there would be. And I would also share with you that last year, a nice message had come out from the commissioners saying, if you can at all, please toe the line and do not ask for more money. And so I would share with you that actually we have returned funds the last several years. We are not a department that goes on a spending spree in December. We're really mindful of our budget. And at the request of commissioners last year, we did not ask for any increases. So although there would be, I would also share with you that we are really mindful of our budget and try to be very respectful about our funds. Another interesting component to this particular hire is that their spouse is a Klickitat County employee on Klickitat County benefits, and so they wouldn't require additional benefits. They would stay on their spouse's benefits, and the benefits are also a part of our budget for the 2021 year. So that's 2 ways that it won't increase or won't compound our ask. So this particular individual they have a really good understanding of Klickitat County WSU Extension, including and specifically the 4-H program. So I believe they can immediately get to work performing the necessary job functions. They are a 7th generation agriculture family out of the Goldendale area with very strong roots and ties to the area. So it's my hope that if we can attract this person with a comparable salary, that they will really stay and provide the type of support that we are really, really needing out of that WSU Extension office. And then the other thing to me that was encouraging is that this candidate does understand that this position currently is a 0.6 FTE, but that is my hope that, as we need, so for example, I anticipate an increased need when we are in the new building. I don't want to have to put a sign on the door that says, please make an appointment, or there's nobody, here's who to contact, but the office is closed. I want that office to be open at all times. And in order for that to happen, we will need to be able to increase that FTE. One of the things I'm really encouraged about this particular potential employee is that although they're happy at 0.6 now, in the next couple of years, as kids get older, they are looking forward to the potential that they could be going to getting closer to full-time or even going to full-time. So, that was one of the things that was really concerning to me last year when the board had said, let's go to 0.6 and hopefully we'll get to full-time. I said, well, what if we hire this amazing person and then they don't want to go to full-time? It was kind of we'll cross that bridge when we get there. But I really like the idea of being able to hire somebody, get them trained, and that their timeline in the next couple of years going to full-time might really coincide with our needs, and then hopefully also what the board feels is appropriate as well. So those are the reasons why I'm requesting to either have permission to go through job reclassification in hopes that we can get to a grade 38, step 5, or move the office manager 1 position, which is a grade 37. I would have started at 3 or have permission to start at 3, but to move it to a 7.
A couple questions. So the position that was obviously the full-time split between you and Weeds, was that a 37 step 1 through 3? What was that at the time?
Yeah, it was. That's where it had started.
And how long has that position, I guess I would say, you said there was somebody there temporarily.
Yep.
How long has it been open with that
Yeah.
temporarily in the middle somewhere?
Yeah.
What's
Yeah.
the total range of this position been open?
7 months.
And somebody was there for a month?
Yep. A week.
Or a week.
Yeah. Yeah. Can you imagine?
How many applications have you got over that 7 months for the grade 37 step 1 through
We
3?
probably got 30 applications.
Oh.
37. Thank you.
Yeah.
35, is that what you said?
37. Not 36, not 38, 37.
And this is the first applicant that we've received that I felt like this is the person that I want to hire, that would take this job, would permanently stay here. that is
36
capable.
others you didn't like?
I wouldn't say I didn't like them. That would be pretty harsh.
That
to
would be a
say.
harsh word.
But this is the
didn't
first one
meet
that I have
your-
felt very confident in, like, let's bring this person on board, let's get them here, let's get them happy and make our department whole.
What's the total cost difference between the 37.3 and the 37.7 at the current 0.6 for an annual cost? Understanding that, yeah, the position's been open, we really kind of have two things here for the board to, one, it's always nice to kind of have an idea.
Yes. Yeah, I have those numbers. Will you check my math?
Sure.
Okay.
Or Casey will.
Yeah, it sounds like it. So at step 37.3, it would be 26,151. At 37.7, it would be 29,228. So a little over $3,000 difference.
Okay.
You said that's a 3 and a 7, or did you say that was a 1 and a 7?
Between a 3 and a 7.
Okay, that's it.
So basically what she's currently authorized for.
Yep.
with the ask,
Yeah,
yes.
currently
So-
authorized
so I know what we're-
26,151.
Right.
Where I'd like to get is 29,228.
Okay, because it's, the difficult for me is not necessarily the money, we have two issues. One is the policy issue. It's not the money, it's the, because I can tell you there's multiple
People
people
listening.
watching right now, listening. So you are on camera,
Yes.
just so you know.
Yes.
And folks are, because that's, we generally, we make, when it's a new position, when it's an open position, that's why you start at, you can advertise between 1 and 3. I will tell you in 2010 and 11, you started at step 1. We actually made it a little, not quite so draconian, because it was, you got to have a little range to try to attract some folks. And then typically how it works is you do that. If you don't really get anybody, you don't get anybody qualified, you can come back, and we have, as a matter of course, sometimes we've gone up to a 5. As far as, let's expand the thing. So you can understand this is a little different because you're asking to go to a 7.
And that's also, so there was kind of an or, so it was either 37, step
Right.
7, or could we do a job classification? I've looked over, the language and the natural resource office manager position, which is advertised as an office manager too. I think that's entirely appropriate for this position. And then that would only be a step 5. So it would be fewer steps I'm asking for. But I think that if we took that through a job reclassification and went to an office manager 2, I wouldn't be asking for as
Right,
much grace in the
anything
steps.
more.
Yeah.
So my question, I would look to to Casey. You've looked at, is the position, in your estimation, would it be successful going through the job classification study that this job as far as the person, the position, the box, not the person, that
Right.
box, the need could qualify as office manager 2 position?
I don't know. I can't answer that honestly right now.
My concern-
Something has to change, if you move from a 37 to 38, what the 38.5, step 5, she's talking about the same pay as the 37.7.
So it's,
Right.
To be reclassified, typically something has to change in that job.
And they gotta do more than what it already
Yeah,
The
was.
one already
Moving up a
was.
grade.
I guess I would say my kicker is if there was 37 people applied for the grade 37, I have no interest to go to 38. There's plenty of interest there. And I also have an issue with going as high as 7 and creating a precedent for everybody else that wants to hire somebody, so. I guess with that, I personally would be a no on going to 38. And I would be a no on the 7. If we want to discuss going higher than a 3, I'm open to that discussion.
Okay, Mr. Anderson?
Have we went higher than a 3 before?
At this grade, at 37, 38, pretty uncommon.
That's kind of what I was.
And I think a comment you made last week, part of the reason we're doing the salary survey is because the number of people we have at 37, 38 already. So
It's a big number, and that's what I'm worried about as a precedent for all those other people that are going to be very angry with us when we hire somebody in at, say, a 5 or a 7 even, which is, it took them 5 or 7 years to get there.
Yeah.
So
typically you've gone higher in the past in case you can elaborate, tell me I'm wrong, but typically at the higher level positions or unique positions like a senior planner,
right.
Or director level position, you
right.
went above higher grades.
Yeah, I'm far more open to be flexible on those unicorns.
which I believe this to be in this particular situation.
Was there a comment?
Oh, no, I did a placement at a higher, I think a grade 37, but it was based on the years of directly the same experience in a different setting.
Right.
The legal secretary, she was legal secretary for years.
Yeah, it's like, yeah, I know it's not unprecedented. It is rare though.
So I will say, I like the idea of their spouse already being a county employee and limiting the benefit number, which is a nice number. So
it would still be offered benefits just because their spouse works.
Right, and we typically don't credit or
don't get into that part.
One way or the other, like we don't hold it against you
Right.
or
We don't
get the
make
benefit
hiring
either.
decisions based on the expense of
No,
benefits.
the expense of the benefits. Yes, from a practical standpoint.
Yes. Yeah, definitely wanting to share that, I'm being very mindful of my budget. It's a little over $3,000 increase, but I do believe with the accruals that we have, and then if that were to be part of the consideration, and I think that's appropriate to say that's not part of the discussion. I can omit that as part of my argument, but I felt like that was just one more reason to show that, although I'm asking for $3,000 more for starting pay on this particular position, that I have kept a watchful eye to the budget.
I would say for me, I like to have the right people in the right jobs.
Mm-hmm.
But again, the hard part's the precedent piece of it. It's like, I love everything that you've talked about this particular candidate. But there is, as we said, there's other folks that this will have a direct impact. I can make a case for a 5 to myself, just because of the length of time. There is some uniqueness to this job just because of the diversity of clients they particularly have to deal with, where it's not, this is a really broad category as far as, 37, 38. And so, that is one of the things that we're looking at, as Rod said, in the salary survey, because we need to kind of pull that apart, because we've got a whole bunch of people bunched up that really have a lot of different job capabilities and, skills sets that they have to have that are different kind of across the spectrum of that one job classification. So that is something we would be looking at. But I'm saying me personally, I can't get to a 7 just because there's no precedent for it, and it will become the new precedent.
The email box will really start getting full.
Yeah, unfortunately. I could support a 5 just because I think it's defensible for me. So it sounds like you don't really have consensus even for 5, so.
I spoke where I was.
Well, you just said you were willing to talk for over 3.
Well, I'd like to hear the other.
Not
comments.
7. I heard not 7,
Yeah, no,
maybe over 3.
maybe, well, yeah.
I'm
no.
saying not 7. I could do a 5.
4 or 5, but I need to consider it. Nothing over that. Yeah, sir.
It's hard for me to make a decision on 4 or 5. I wasn't in the interview. I don't know their background, how they play into it, their educational history. I'm sure once they're hired, every other person probably knows them and will compare themselves to them who've been here for 5 years.
That's my worry.
And so that's my worry. And I don't even have an idea who the person is.
I don't know.
I don't want to know.
Right, and I've been careful not to.
You have been very good.
Very good.
But I'm just talking about the realities of it, is that how it falls down is that everybody's gonna say, you got preferential treatment or preferential benefits, where I had to earn my way there. I have pretty good feeling that a lot of these 37, 38s are gonna change when we do our study that we're spending a fair amount of money on. To me, I understand you say that this person's special, and so a 3, I mean, you had 30 something applicants. That's a lot of applicants, and you're going to have people who could potentially say, like, I was willing to start at a 1.
But did they have the necessary talent and skill levels to be able to perform the job to the level that we
And I would hope that out of 37 applicants, you would have some. So I'm just saying that that's sitting there. With your benefit, and I trust you in what you say. I think a 4 would be a fair spot, and then you're getting more than what we even advertised for, and then we won't be hearing as much on the backside.
I can do a 4, but I can't do a 5. Just because I know of the pushback that we're gonna get, and then every other department's gonna be in here, and they're gonna step 1 through 3, can't we start at a 5? And I don't wanna go there.
And then there's other creative ideas and solutions. I mean, there used to be this used to be 1 full-time position for 2 departments. You brought up, natural resources. Well, natural resources, economic development, as well as solid waste, all had 1 person managing all of that, and a full-time position managing however many people that is, 7 people. And it showed that there was something else there, that, you're going to be in the same room as, weed again. And I don't know if you can come up with a way or a creative way so that position or that place can be staffed over the long term. That would be able to prove that it may be worthy of a 38 and not a 37. I can see a 38 when you're managing, 3 different departments and 3 different budgets and everything else. For, a single department on a 0.6, that's a little more difficult for me to keep things square and fair throughout the organization as a whole.
And the other, I guess I'd say the hard part for me is I don't know much about your job, what you do, who your people are, how they operate. And I guess I would say, I hope once we all get to the new building, I will be popping in every office from time to time. You can know more, learn more, see more, as you start moving towards trying to facilitate full-time over part-time. And I would maybe get some more justification for that more than I have now. So I'll be the bad guy.
Nobody's a bad
unless
guy.
you can really convince me to a 5.
And again, it comes down, like, the money, it has nothing to do with the money.
Yeah.
This is about the organization as a whole.
Yeah, this is about policy setting to me.
Yeah.
That's always the hard part, because it is, it's not the money. It's like we're we're talking about, you know, budget dust in the overall scheme of things.
Right.
But how many
other people ask for the same budget dust on a budget year where we have to make some choices? Budget dust adds up.
So I guess it sounds like we can approve 4, up to 4. You can offer 4, but it seems like at this point, that's as far as the board's willing to go.
Okay.
Okay. And we will continue working on the part-time to full-time, because I know that is your long-term goal, and you've been clear about that for the last couple of years.
Yes,
So.
yes.
And I would be if you're just hunting around, your talk about in the old days where there was so many, extension had such a presence here.
Yeah.
When was that and
Yeah.
what?
Yeah, like a master gardener coordinator and a food preservation coordinator and,
Because I'd also be curious where they got the budget funding for such a thing. Was that coming out of landfill funding or was that,
It's just, agriculture was a higher priority, I guess, as far as in the grand scheme of things, a generation ago.
Yeah, I mean, that whole plan.
Because everybody was
wonderful.
Yeah, but it's all.
If there was a way to
for.
find a way to
Yeah.
fund it is a different story.
Great.
So yeah, I would be really curious what that all entailed and how they funded it, which you wouldn't know how they funded it, but.
Okay.
Yeah, there's usually some combination of county funds through an MOA and WSU. And so in some of these positions, for example, like having a master gardener coordinator, the benefits can actually be paid from WSU if the county is willing to pay for the salary. And then they would be a WSU employee at that point. But through MOA funds, a combination of both WSU and county employees.
And I assume that's a competitive process as far as with WSU, as far as do you have to go make your pitch to
Yes.
get
Yep.
because they obviously aren't just handing out benefits for,
Yes.
oh, sure, get whatever you want.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so it's my hope that we'll be able to increase the FTE overall in the Klickitat County WSU extension. So right now, my focus, of course, is getting a competent hire in this position, getting the coverage that we need so that when you do come around to our office, that there's actually somebody there. We're not both in the field and then there's she's off.
Nobody there.
There's nobody there. So so that's a priority for me. But through grant hires, I've also been, looking to increase the capacity that we have.
Okay. Well, thanks for coming in.
Yeah, thank you for your consideration. I appreciate it. And if you have any follow-up questions about what are we doing or other projects, I'm happy to share more information about that.
Perfect. Well, you filled me in a bunch today, so.
Okay.
Thank you, ma'am.
All right, we will move on. Prosecuting attorney update, some of which possibly could qualify for executive session.
I'd like to have an executive, so we put that toward the end.
Okay. You're the last. You're in. We do have board pending.
I got a couple things.
Okay, so can we do board pending? So then you are the last thing.
I had
End away.
a side conversation with Albert Durkee with Washington State Department of Natural Resources. He's the forester for this area. And we're doing a 48 acre clear cut up on Rattlesnake or Oak Ridge Road. We, meaning for the county, for our timber trust grounds. And so we should be seeing that money either roll in last month or this month, but on the 44 acres, our portion will be anywhere from $1 million to 1.25 million. That's good on 45 acres.
45 acres.
Yeah. Log prices are up. It was like $680.
I want to sell my gold and buy logs.
You should have
Bought timber land a while ago.
Yeah. So,
That's
but
crazy,
I mean,
44
this is $1 million we don't budget for. We don't even put in there. We haven't got a dime off of our county trust land for the last 7 years or so, six years now.
Well, maybe a dime.
Is there any future?
Not on the trust ground. Yeah. We used to get 30,000 on a lease agreement for the, but
mean, is this a one-off?
Well, you can't log it again for another
Well,
40 years.
We have other trust land.
But we also have another 20,400, well, I guess 380 acres.
I know, but are we ever gonna get to do anything with it?
A lot of that ground was given, it was given back to us in the 30s that then had to get transferred to the state. But a lot of that isn't the greatest timber ground. A lot of it isn't the highest value, but there's 20,000 acres of ground out there that's pretty valuable. And I was telling him, he said, we should have one coming up next year in the Houston BZ area. And I said, well, let's go now. Like, prices are high now.
That's right.
Which is too bad.
I'll buy his bar oil. I'll buy his bar oil.
You haven't seen how expensive that is lately, have you?
Okay.
Yeah, but anyways, it's good news, good sign. We're at least getting something going.
Yeah, that's what I was saying. Is this a one-off or?
No, we'll start moving into it, but I'm still pushing on I want to try to design a sustainable yield model. And so when we were talking about the Simcoes up here, the potential purchase of them, Albert and some of the DNR guys were trying to see if they could come up with some sort of logging yield that we could come up with a good portion of the yearly cost so that we could buy that. And he said it's just really difficult to get in there and find enough acres per year.
That isn't toothpicks.
That isn't, I mean, it's not toothpicks. It's just a lot of it's really hard, steep, accessible. Like right now, you can afford to, cable log anything because the price of logs are so high. When the price of logs are low, that's a whole different ball game. But still, my firm belief is we should be logging anywhere between 150 and 200 acres a year.
And it would sustain it.
Oh yeah, that would, think of what 44 was worth this year. But that was my update. I finally brought good news. We got one coming.
Manage it before it burns. I'm fine with that.
Do you have any board pending before we?
How can I beat that board pending? There's just, I don't know what you could say to beat that board pending.
Well, it's probably going to come down. Do you have anything, Jay?
No, it was 32,000.
Back in the day?
No, the landfill tons were up
Oh, yeah.
32,000. Not.
Yeah,
not
that was
150,
yeah.
Year to date, 32. I'm fine with, up for the month, 150,000. That was,
Yeah, it's
that
like,
was a
what?
different number.
But then again, the email that goes back to her needs to be, show me not 2020, show me 2019.
Exactly. What
And
is
then
it?
it doesn't look like we're
It's
up
not,
18%.
Yeah.
Good call there.
Okay, if there's nothing else, then we will discuss with the prosecutor. Do you want to,
So we
any
got-
open session?
Yeah, so we
material?
got trials that are continuing again. We have another felony trial scheduled for tomorrow, so it'll be our second of the year, second in 15 months. So opening up the spigots somewhat on that. The coordination with DLC and the courts on the Blake issues is still an ongoing challenge. I thought I had a pretty good handle on the number of cases left to go to process. And then I got an update from DLC a couple days ago that we're just really scratching the surface right now. So there's going to be quite a bit more coming on that. It seems simple, but each and every case requires an analysis of were there any bargains struck? Is there any original charges that can be brought? Is there any original charges that survive? What is the distribution of the financials? What is the calculation of the score on the resentencing? So each one, best case scenario, takes 30, 45 minutes each. We're into, well, we got 50 years total of convictions, averaging probably about 40 to 50 years. So we've probably gotten about 40 done so far. The focus was clearly on anyone currently in custody on those charges that have been ruled invalid. We took care of those right away for obvious reasons. And then right now, I thought I had everyone on supervision taken care of, but that was part of the list I got was an extensive list of people that are currently on warrant status that have absconded from supervision. on their underlying possession charges, which are no longer valid. So need to process those to get those warrants quashed and all that. So that's the next priority focus for, clear reasons that the risk of the loss of liberty for not abiding by supervision for an invalid conviction. So that's quite serious. On the personnel front, we've had another setback. Our victim witness coordinator, a grade 39, is been open for months now. We had yet another candidate that had a successful interview, was offered the job, and ended up declining an opportunity for higher pay in another location on the previous. We didn't even get to the housing issue.
I was gonna say, was it the housing issue again?
She was struggling with that too. And so this is not an entry level position. It requires a bachelor's degree or substantial years of directly equivalent experience. And there are no options on the table right now. And this is causing severe issues now that we've got the trial calendars going again. So we're beyond overtaxed. And it's funny.
What's the solution?
I honestly don't know right now.
How big of a?
We can always try to throw money at it, but I'm not sure if that's really the issue right now. I mean, compared to comparable.
You were here for the previous conversation.
About fell on my chair when I heard 37 applications to choose from. I guess. But part of the issues here is just that there's so few of we've gotten maybe a dozen applications, but only 3 have actually qualified under the job description. So that's because it is a grade 39, is a higher pay because of the qualification. So that's.
I'm far more flexible when somebody only received 3 applications than 37.
Well, and it's getting a kind of a desperation, and the financial impact will be at this point significant on the separate victim witness fund. I believe it's Fund 115 standalone fund, because we get reimbursed through grant funding. You can't get reimbursed for time not being spent since there is no dedicated personnel. So it's.
Is somebody doing the job though that you can?
Not to the degree it needs to get done. We don't have the staff. So. I've staffed it lean for years now through leaving boxes on my organizational chart blank. And frankly, that's coming back to bite us in the butt right now. Been saving a lot of money, but
we thank you for that.
Yeah,
we spent it on other stuff. So.
Well, then and then the discussions with the public records position, we need to continue with that. The other discussion that involves a decision made by another office that has a direct impact on mine is the decision to move forward with body cams for the officers in the sheriff's office, which I'm wholly supportive of because of the potential to collect very useful evidence that can be used at trial for prosecution. But we do not have staff time to process the large volume of videos that will be coming into that. When they switched to the watch guard a couple of years ago, it created real nightmare for us that the dash cam videos that used to take 5 or 10 minutes now take 40 to 60 minutes each.
Is it just the format? Is it?
Yes. Yeah.
It's just not, the program is just not user friendly for what you need to get out of it.
An understatement. Yeah.
Okay.
So yeah, and that's it's in fact almost all the staff time right now for the legal admin time is spent processing this stuff. So we simply don't have the capacity to handle that. We have to have another full FTE if this is implemented. There's just no way around it. And if we don't satisfy our requirements for the discovery, we have to provide the defense counsel each and every video in each and every case involving the defendant. And part of the body cams are going to be necessary because the law that becomes effective here pretty soon requires the videotaping of any custodial interrogation. So there's going to have to be an increase in the availability of the video anyway. So once someone's in custody, and that not normally it's associated with the indicia of not being free to go, i.e. handcuffed in the back of the car in a cell. Enough to trigger a Miranda requirement will now be the test for having to videotape any interaction. So that's an issue that is going to have to be dealt with. It just unfortunately takes
resources.
time and money.
Is this videotape now a state mandate, or is that something?
No, that becomes effective later. I'll have to get back to you on the effective date. I don't think it's until January 2022.
Right, but this isn't something we just chose to do.
The legislature passed this in a recent session.
Right.
And no dollars.
Are you seeing any potential change through your prosecutors association or anything on dealing with 50 years worth of going back? I mean, we're strapped. Every other place is strapped. Your prosecutors have to be talking to the legislators going, we can't deal with this.
But nobody cares. We couldn't get any we couldn't even get the legislature set up a fund to help pay for this. No one knows where the money, because if a lot of these folks don't pay on their drug charges, so it's not it's not an issue in every case. But for example, if you paid 20 years ago, you paid $2,000 in costs. Well, 12% interest would be on, I mean, where's that money coming from?
Right.
Most of the money that was received by the clerk's department does not go to the county. The vast majority either goes to state or different agencies. Up until a court decision in 2015, it was routine to collect $500 contributions to a drug investigation fund for any agreed resolution of the case. That all went out the window in 2015, but for 20, 30 years, that was quite standard, that the total cost on a possession charge would be between $2,000 or $3,000. Say $500 of that would go to an investigation fee to the agency. So that would be transferred to GPD upon payment. It's going to the police department in the position to pay us back that the money that now is owed to the defendant. That is a conversation that I think a lot of city councils and different counties are not even fully aware of yet, because we're just still at the tip of the iceberg phase. So my understanding, the only funding that was set aside is a portion of the infractions for having marijuana in your vehicle, which the estimates were possibly a funding source of $800,000 a year. The best case scenario right now looks like 40 million plus needs to be available right away, and probably over 100 million within the next 2 or 3 years. If people follow through and demand the reimbursement. No one at this point is volunteering the reimbursement. There's a process being put in place county by county. And this is really, unfortunately, really a county by county system. So on top of that, you have the new changes to the controlled substance statute became effective upon the governor's signature on May 13th, that the first 2 instances where officers have grounds to believe that someone's in possession of a controlled substance have to be offered a mandatory referral to drug rehabilitation services. They may not be arrested or detained. And so right now, working on a local level, trying to figure out how to track who's gotten these referrals so that one person isn't getting a referral from, say, every agency in the county.
Right.
That's going again county by county, so it's quite possible someone could travel the state and get 20, 30 referrals for, and right now we don't have the availability of any rehabilitation services. It's not included in any of the contracts and comprehensive. Been playing phone tag quite a bit with them. They're so far not being very responsive. In fact, they refuse to participate in the reactivation of our local multidisciplinary team focused on child sexual abuse and prevention. So they weren't being compensated for that. So there's been, so we're not getting that sources. I think the best case scenario we have, and the county should seriously contemplate taking some of these services back into our health department at some point upon consultation, of course, with the county comprehensive health department, what the capabilities and what the funding sources are. But right now, I think the only things that we can offer at this point is to give them an 800 number to a state intake and let them walk away. So it's very frustrating experience, even on the people that have had their multiple referrals that can be subject to detention and prosecution. We're talking about simple misdemeanor. So this is the same as walking on a farm field or driving with a suspended license for having your not paying a speeding ticket. So these are by the lowest level cases. And the state crime lab is not receptive to a lot of resources being spent on misdemeanors for obvious reasons. They got felonies and things to focus on. Yeah, it's.
What's the point then?
Well, legislature wasn't prepared to decriminalize outright. So, and on top of that, they did draft a knowingly requirement into the Supreme Court, pursuant to the Supreme Court's requirements. So now, to succeed at this misdemeanor prosecution, there will be a jury instruction in which we're required to convince the jury beyond a reasonable doubt they knew it was a controlled substance and they knew that it was illegal. That's no easy task to prove beyond a reasonable doubt what someone was thinking in their head, absent a confession or extremely strong corroborating.
How many jurors do you have to convince of that?
All 6. It has to be unanimous. So that's where I met with the Cattlemen's Association about 5-6 years ago to go over trespass statutes that everyone thinks, well, it's simple. You're not, do you own it? No. All right. Did you have permission? No. It's trespass. Well, okay. Common sense. But when you pull the instructions and go through the instructions that we have to prove to a jury beyond a reasonable doubt, they knew they couldn't be on that property. So if they say, well, Billy Joe Bob told my dad 5 years ago it was okay.
Or I thought it was
there goes that. Google Maps said I could be here. That's the most common one. There goes that. And so that's where the focus was on. You gotta get signs everywhere, folks, to help us out. Because a lot of folks, it was quite opening because they did not know the requirement to prove beyond a reasonable doubt what they were thinking. So that's, it's very difficult to do, as you can imagine.
And how would you ever prove it if it's now legal to smoke it? In essence.
Well, it's not legal to smoke
or,
methamphetamine,
but a pod or something.
Right. Well, it's going to be some difficulties. So those are some of those issues that we're just going through step by step. Yeah.
And what's the cost for the county in order to get somebody through the referrals to give them the misdemeanor? I mean, what does that cost the county? A few $1,000s?
Right now, it doesn't cost the county much if we're simply can satisfy, and it's an open question whether this is going to be sufficient to satisfy the requirements of the referral by simply giving them the card to call the owner number. That doesn't cost us anything.
Right.
And then, there's an argument on increased collateral cost of, rampant drug transactions, drug activity, and then likely increase in violent crime and burglaries that could result in. I'm not sure if I've seen any burglaries that didn't, especially
some component
of a controlled substance disorder or dependency issue. Absolutely. So it's most people know better than breaking into someone's house to steal, right? Power tools or. They're causing the.
I didn't know those weren't mine.
I could break into the fire hall and steal their stuff.
I'm not trying to make light of the situation, but it's the new reality that we're in.
Well, it seems like everything is decriminalized.
But the staffing issue is
a real thing.
How do we help you with the staffing issue, or can we help you with the
I
staffing?
guess I'm just batching right now. I'm not sure if throwing a bunch of money is going to solve much if there's still nowhere for anyone to live.
Or daycare for any of their children.
Or there's not even people out there looking how many help wanted signs there are in every business right now. There's just nobody that's available to work or that wants to work.
Well, that's a little different than what he's looking for. He's looking for skilled professionals.
Well, there's people. There's 37 applications. I think personnel got 20 something. There's folks out there for entry level positions. But a lot of those issues, a lot of people they don't want to have the entry level customer facing interactions with folks. That's after the last year and a half. I'm not sure I entirely blame them either. But it's a hard call to make minimum wage to be constantly exposed to people's verbal abuse and potential health threats. So, it's no wonder they're having difficulty filling some of those positions. I wouldn't do it. So that's what I know on those issues. I'd be happy to take any questions on anything that can be discussed in public.
I do have one. Our ordinances that your department looked over and kind of laughed at, get back to us.
Well, I
would
don't
it be
think it was
smarter?
quite that
Well, I know,
dismissive.
you're right, I'm putting words and they're not accurate words. Would it be better for us if we were going to do something or draft something to wait and make sure that you or someone from your office can sit in on our meeting when we're doing said thing? Or
Probably more beneficial that way, at least getting, more preliminary drafts or given an idea of what goals want to be accomplished so we can revisit that. Yeah, that and the ongoing under canvas issue has exposed a raft of issues with the current state of the county ordinances. We don't have a publicly available current set of county ordinances.
Right.
Which is a big problem. And so, but that's a different issue. But to the extent that we can, given some of our issues, we're happy to coordinate, spend that time. It's much more efficient to try to get the involved stakeholders and the people with hopefully the knowledge and experience to be involved upfront, because I think that what we were seeing is instance after instance of decent ideas or things like that, but the implementation ran afoul of a lot of due process concerns, a lot of other concerns like that might not have been identified as really an issue. This combination of due process concerns and then the lack of environmental reviews.
I'm just thinking it could save us time and save you time from having to read over a document that's blatantly wrong.
Well, we do our best to accommodate the asks that come before us, and so we weren't asked.
Is Rebecca doing more than just the civil side now? I saw that like her name on her email is different than what it was a few years ago.
Well,
is her position different?
Right.
No, not her name. But her position.
It's like,
good luck.
yeah, she's married now.
She chose to take her husband's name.
Yeah.
So
her position.
Now the positions remain the same. It's always involved a component of the child support enforcement, which is the state contracts basically with different localities. There's been a lot of discussions on the state on centralizing that service and consolidation. It's always tough in Klickitat County because like most other things when it comes to the state, we're really the redheaded stepchild sometimes when it comes to these issues. You see all these maps with all these different regions and then
there's like
the gray with us and we're like, okay, yeah, we're North Oga, all right, just let us be North Oga. But that, and so one of the issues there is that there has been increased consolidation. But 2 years ago, they had announced that they intend to really centralize. That's been dropped right now. I haven't heard any one working on that recently, but but that's all reimbursed. So all the time that she spends on that, not only is it reimbursed, but it serves a good purpose for local people to have a resource for enforcement of child support obligations. We did suspend most contempt actions during the COVID. Our intent was to get started back up on that a month or two ago, but some of these other issues have been interfering with us. We're going to get that back going up on the threat of incarceration for failure to pay can be quite successful with some folks. And there's just too many good country songs about that. And then we also provide a service as through the state for possible modifications of child support obligations based on change of circumstances. We are not involved with the dissolutions, the parenting plans, any of that. It's simply about the finances. And the principal concern is to make sure the state's interest is represented, i.e. folks receiving any kind of state benefit. So folks getting state benefits, so their food stamps or TANF or things like that cannot just walk into court and agree they're not paying each other child support, which historically did happen quite often. So that's when the state has a right to intervene at that point to make sure that the taxpayers aren't bearing the entire burden of providing for one's children, since that is a result of a choice to have those children, and the obligation and responsibility that follows through is to provide for those children. In fact, it's a crime not to provide for your child. Rarely enforced nowadays, but there's been a few I've thought about.
So the issue would somebody, either yourself or Rebecca, if she was, because it would seem like the most efficient way is if we were having a workshop on a specific topic, whether it was short-term rentals or RV, you know, the various ordinances that were drafts that you would participate, you know, we would just sit down and.
If that was the purpose of the workshop, was
Yeah.
to draft the ordinance.
Was to draft the idea and to get in real time that, you know, that's a great idea. However, it's rather than someone drafting something, sending it over, and it's like, well, the idea is okay, but the implementation, we've got all these problems, and it would be easier to do it at the beginning.
It
And
would.
understanding that there's a resource issue
Yeah.
too. You just were describing, we can't even keep our head above water.
It would, except for as long as there was an expectation that would be happening in real-time drafting, because generally.
No, but I meant as far as flesh out the ideas,
Right.
get well, that's, you know, but here's the potential pitfalls of that.
Yeah, what are some of the things you're looking at? If you took time to look at other counties, what are they doing? What do you like? What do you don't like? What can we do to work towards a workable system here? But it's, you know, there's got to be some sort of establishment of what you want to do first.
Right.
So we're not here to tell you good ideas on how to necessarily, you know, whether truckable water is a good idea. They got plenty of opinions on it, but it's some of these other issues on setting up these kind of, we saw a few instances of setting up boards that would have the ability to affect people's property rights. That's extremely concerning. You know, some of the what could be white sweeping regulations being implemented without any environmental reviews. I know the planning director was extremely concerned. We shared those concerns on a few of the issues. You know, unfortunately, it would be nice if everything just took a few months, but that's just not. It's not reality. So, you know, especially the more stakeholders, the more impact it has on property rights, on interplay with other regulations, the more time and deliberation it takes to do it effectively. So if that's the, you know, that would be my suggestion, is that it's more effective when we're brought in at an early level. Right.
Well, I liken it to, you know, when we've done comp plan, sub-area plan updates where the community was undertaking it with very little advice, interaction with the planning department, you know, and then they end up with this thing that's, as I've said before, it's their baby, and they've, you know, had all their compromises, and then it gets sent, and it's like, you can't do this. This is illegal. This is, you know, then it's everybody's defensive about it because it's, well, this was our big idea. It's better at the beginning if there can be some interaction at the beginning saying, oh, okay. Again, not commenting on the you know, is it a good idea or not? I shouldn't have said that, because yeah, these are policy decisions that are really the board's decisions as far as this is what we're trying to get to. But we obviously don't have, we can't just do whatever we want.
I'm looking for the legal oversight for you to say, yeah, you should not do that.
Well, that's, you know, I mean, there's certainly prerogatives on establishing the policies consistent with pre-existing policies and regulations and the framework of the law.
Yeah, absolutely.
So that's some of the difficulty, but you know, we're here to do our best to serve our client, which is both on the civil side, primarily the county is represented through this board. So we're advisors to the other electeds. We're only counsel to the county, and so that's a distinction that gets lost quite a bit. But,
I'm going to write that down.
Right. Well, it's in the statute, so we can provide advice to.
Also, somebody already has written it down.
Right. Yeah, the legislature's.
The legislature wrote that down.
It might need to be re-emailed.
So, which can get a little tricky with.
Now, I've quoted more RCW the last week than I have for a while. So.
Make sure you check the annotations to make sure what the plain language is correct. I had an appearance in the Supreme Court this morning arguing it was a case involving how much credit for time served someone should get in custody. And the RCW that's on point is pretty clear and unambiguous that you're entitled for credit for any term any time that you've served solely on that cause number. So if you're serving time on multiple cause numbers, you're not entitled to credit for the whole thing. Well, that's what the statute says. Well, Supreme Court 10 years ago identified that what they believed was a violation of equal protection due process concerns, because if person A was being held pretrial detention because they couldn't post bail, and person B could post bail, they would have different credit for time served that they could serve on the sentence. So they carved out an exception to the clear and ambiguous language. So the issue this morning was related to whether that extends to no bail warrants, which we had served on a individual that was housed at Norcor facing sexual assault charges over there. So we can make sure he was extradited here to face his sexual assault charges here, which he did once the Oregon released him. And then we convicted him and sentenced him. And he's actually served his sentence, has been deported since he was here illegally. And I also filed a supplemental brief on the court saying this is a moot issue. He's already, you can't credit, he can't get any more credit for time served. He's already served his sentence and he's been deported. That was a whole other issue. So yeah, and that's always fun getting raked over the coals for pointing out that this seems pretty clear and unambiguous, but yeah. So just because statute says something, that doesn't mean that actually is what it means. Yeah.
Okay, point well taken.
Yeah,
I guess
I discussed that at lunch.
Yeah.
It's up to who's reading the interpretation of what it means.
And Article 4 of our state constitution, that's the courts. So,
which court is reading?
So, well, I prevailed in front of 2 Superior Court judges and the Court of Appeals, Division 3, but pretty confident the Supreme Court will decide we're all wrong.
You're all wrong.
Right. So yeah, that should be entertaining. I look forward to that.
Eventually, somewhere up there, somebody will have a different opinion.
Yeah. Well, this is the last ever review, so.
The last opinion is the one that holds
the case.
That holds the case.
Generally how it works.
Yeah. Okay, I do see. Is that it for your
for the public session?
Public section before we go to executive.
I just didn't know if David was going to talk about reposting the victim's witness coordinator, but maybe
I was just
gone.
He was just
yeah.
Okay. We'll talk and then maybe come back.
That's what I figured.
All right. Thank you.
I'm just complaining. I'm setting the groundwork, greasing the wheels right now.
Yeah. He plays the long game. As far as he's.
And I'm extremely open and honest about it.
Yeah, really.
So,
I
hope you appreciate the candor.
Do you have any positive news?
Yeah.
No.
No.
No, you restarted trials.
That's positive.
Yeah, I mean, depending on your perspective, I'm sure the defendant
backlog
and
is
families
always-
view otherwise, but if we prevail that, so it is good to get things going again on that front.
But the victim
And now we
feels like it.
Yeah, that's positive.
Yeah.
The system, justice feels that's a positive thing.
Till the court says we all are making mistakes.
Don't agree with anything you said, so it's true.
How long do we need?
Yeah, what do you need?
Start with 10 minutes.
Okay, we will go into executive session in accordance with RCW 42.30.110 paren 1 paren I for 10 minutes. I would let folks know this is our last piece of business for the day. I do not anticipate. You're welcome to come back when we come back.
Shoes.
Oh, new shoes. But when we come back from executive session, we would anticipate that we're just going to adjourn. But if you want to be here when we adjourn, that's your business.
See, it's worked out already.
It is. That is always my plan.
And since the courthouse is open, the doors are open, you're not required to go on Zoom. I'm sure you're aware.
Oh, I didn't know that.
It's open.
Yeah, it's true. So we don't have to.
Yeah, no, the Zoom is up to us at this point.
Okay, that's true. I mean, I guess I knew that. I just didn't.
And start the process.
Yeah, started processing. So